start out that way. If we had a philosophical stance, and we talk about this all the time, I think ours would be five basic points. Number one, we are always going to try to protect the quarterback. I'm going to contradict myself before the day is over, but if you bring 8, we're going to block 8. You bring 12, we're going to block 12. I mean, you may be better than I am, but we're going to put a body on you. We're going to try to put a body on you. We have very little hot stuff. I guess what I'm trying to say. We want that quarterback to know exactly what's going on. If and feel comfortable that the fact that he's going to have protection. If we have a hot guy, he knows exactly. We point to him. We make no bones about it. We point to the guy. We have the receiver point to him. The quarterback acknowledges that that's the guy we can't have. And then we obviously make the adjustments. We spend a lot of time. If there is, our quarterbacks aren't necessarily having to deal with the front seven. If he sees, we tell him look at the secondary. If there's no chance of the 8th guy coming, he doesn't even worry about how the 7 guys are going to get picked up. Okay? He knows that we got 7 protectors, they got 7 rushers. So we do not, and I think he gets us in trouble at times. Forgive me, I'm not a name dropper or anything. I don't mean to try to charm you with this stuff. But Steve Young came back. When Steve Young lives in Brooklyn. Lives right down the street, in fact. He said the biggest change for him was the fact that he had to recognize front end coverage. We spent no time with our quarterback running the front seven. If it's 7 guys, he knows he's going to be blocked. If that 8th guy comes, we'll get him. We can do that. Okay, that's number one. We're going to try to protect the quarterback. Number 2. And this is going to sound corny, but it's the truth. We think we can control the football with the forward pass. And everybody says you can, Louis Hayes said two things, the bad things happen, whatever. We like to control the football. We like to think we can, which tells you one little thing. We're going to think the heck out of it. We played Air Force a couple of years ago where we start the season 1-3. We're struggling. We don't know what to do. First conference game, our guy throws 18 completions in the ball. I don't say that to brag. I'm not a very good guy, but the fact is none of those passes were over 8 yards long. We just, they were digs. And that's why we had that completion. And we I don't know if we pride ourselves in that, but we work like crazy on that. We're not going to give the ball up. That turnover ratio is real important to us too. And we work hard at that. Okay, that's number 2. Number 3, and this is going to be corny too, but we're going to take what he can give us. We're going to take what the defense gives us. And I'm the first guy to admit that a lot of times we don't know what the defense is doing. If we're not sure what the defense is doing, we're just going to attack portions of the football field until we can figure out what you're trying to get done. I think defenses now are so good, so sophisticated, so tough that we cannot, it's difficult. And I don't care who you are. I mean, you sit in the box and somebody says, what coverage? And I'd be lying if I knew what it was. He said, geez, I don't have any idea. I mean, let me figure this thing out. Until we do that, we're just going to attack portions of the football field where we think we can go. The 3 guys are going to flood you here, we're going to flood you there, until we can try to figure. Unless you're Texas, and know you're going to be a man free, and we're going to attack that. Live in daylight for that. Okay? What is that, 4?
That's 3.
That's 3. Number 4, and this you'll really laugh about this one. Our runs are simply designed to accommodate the throw. Jack talked the other day on the phone about a running game, and we'll go over running game. But our running game basically consists of, number 1, the draw trap, draw. The run and draw with trap protection, trap blocking. To take advantage of that hard upfield rush by the outside rush guy. And in fact, I have a guy that guys help me up in the box, and I spend my time, I find myself with my eyes on that weak outside rusher. Because if he's coming, we trap. If he's settling in, then we think we can do it. It consists of the draw trap. We try to run a wide run, a sweep, or a quick toss to take advantage of those soft corners that are playing the pass. And then we basically run a counter. And everybody runs a counter. We do that because we like to play pass off them, not because we're a good counter team, simply because we think they can come off the passes. And then this spring we fooled around a little bit with that. I don't know what it's zone type thing. We got a big old line, we just come out and base block everybody, and just let the guy find it. We call it a stretch. We're still, I'm not even sure we can do that. But that's our basic run game. That's about all we do. We try to run it from every conceivable formation, and we do have other runs. The runs are strictly set up, designed to accommodate what we're trying to do. And the last thing is we kiss it. You know, it's an overused acronym, but I think, and you will know this as we go through this, we work hard at keeping it real simple. We feel very strongly that our kids have to know it. If our kids don't understand it, what good to have it in. We have a meeting room just like this, and I'm selfish enough to keep. We have a running back coach, and we have another guy that helps me with the quarterbacks. There's three of us, and we meet. We just meet twice. Roger goes down there, Jack, and we stay, and we keep them all together. But when I talk to the quarterback, I want the tight end to know what they're talking about. I want the wide receiver on the back. We don't break it down. I mean, guys get after me because being a little bit selfish, like I'm trying to be the coach of all these guys, which I'm really not. I just feel strong. And Doug Scholl told me that, sure taught me that. Your kids have to understand what you know. And because of that, Jack said, you guys throw the 60 passes to the drop back, we do the same thing. We only have 8 basic routes, 61, 62, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 69. We keep 68 as a game-by-game deal, game plan pattern. So that's the only route. So we go on a ball game, we have 8 drop back passes, we have 4 or 5 runs, and we just feel very strongly about keeping it simple. Now we're going to present to you defensively as many different looks as we can, formation-wise, motion-wise, and all that. But we're going to run the same last thing over. And that's our philosophy. I could expound on it for hours, but that's basically our philosophy. We have a head coach that believes in the throw. When he first got on board, he's told me the story many times. He just didn't think he could compete with the type of athletes that we could get to BYU, that he couldn't compete. They hadn't won before. He said the only way he could do it was to throw the ball. And so he hired their people to throw the ball, and we throw the ball coming out and going in. It really doesn't matter, because he has that belief. If we mess it up, we mess it up. But I think if we have a basic philosophical basis, that fact that he's going to let us throw the ball. We come out to practice, he designs, he gives everything around what we want thrown. The rest of the practice has to fit into what we're doing, and then we put the ball away through our there, and we come back. The quarterbacks will throw, well, basically, the whole practice session. We spend some time with the team and do the running game. But we do nothing unique other than the fact that I think we do nothing but throw the ball. Yeah, I mean, we have a running game, but the fact that we lay our hat on the throwing game makes it's the only uniqueness. Because I guarantee I'll draw the routes up, and I'll mention nickel out will be almost identical to what you do. It's just that he has laid his hat on the fact that we can throw. That's philosophy. Any comments, any questions? Whichever direction you want to go, I don't care. Talk pass pro, talk running game.
So I want to talk pass protection first. Because I still want to, hopefully, tomorrow, we'll see what else we can do.
Pass pro wise, again, you're going to kind of laugh at this, but we are very, very simple. What do you guys see more? Even odd stuff? I see it all.
And an edge or even fronts.
Even front for us is fairly standard. Something like this, I would guess. We're just gonna base block everything. We zone more the front, the middle three. We're just gonna go like this. We try to stay big on big. Okay, that's basically all we do. We go into any kind of different protection kits. I'm sure you guys probably flew around with two. I don't know how you guys call this. We call them Will Mike, Blue, and Stud. By game plan, and this is what, by game plan, we're gonna decide, the basic premise is we're gonna put the backer on the back that is least likely to come. So by game plan, if we know that you guys, that the defense likes to bring outside people, then we're just gonna base up this too, like that. Sorry. We're gonna, if you like to bring your outside folks, then we're either gonna slide like this, or we're gonna double read you, right? Well, let me just say this here. If you like to bring the outside people, we're gonna slide. I know the first idea defensive guys have is this guy. And it's very legitimate. You know, you slide, you leave this guy on an island. Our guy puts our best offensive lineman in center. We teach a guy how to snap the ball. Our guy firmly believes that this guy has to be able to handle him. Now, the nice thing I think about what we do is that I can determine this. In other words, until your nose tackle starts beating our center, we're going to probably block you like this. Okay? Now, if your nose starts beating our center, then I can, Roger, our line guy gives me the leeway to keep whichever back I want to keep in so I can release the other guy to the best. Okay?
So you're gonna help the center with the back?
With the back that I don't need in the pass rush. But I get to choose. Okay? All right, now but we won't start out that way, Coach. No matter how good you are, your nose got to prove us you can beat us. First you got to beat us. Okay, now if you like to bring your inside folks, then we'll base everything up. Put it like this. Okay? Basic. Now if we don't know what you're doing, which happens a lot of the time, then our basic is called the snow region, which I'm sure you guys have done too. We just don't read it like that. Right? If he comes, he turns to the outside guy. If he drops, he turns to the outside guy. The minute this guy drops, this guy is free to go to the pattern. Double read. What you guys call it? We call it double read. So if you don't know, the majority of games, I would say, if you're a 3-4 team, we're going to go into the ball game with the idea we're going to double read it. Now, if we start getting a trend as to what you like to do, then we'll go to the next step. But we obviously want our backs out. And the quarterback knows, all the quarterback knows is that my backs are not out, they're probably in man coverage, because they're probably good. So if my backs aren't out in the pass pattern, think man. You know. So they're not concerned, he's not concerned, like I said, with the front seven, but he has an idea what's going on if his backs are locked. Okay? Now, if you're a 4, I don't know if you guys see this, we're starting to see a ton of this stuff. Now, we are seeing all kinds of this, variations off of this. Like this. Strong safety, nickel type guy. I would guess we see this more than anything else we do. We always take our center weak. Okay? So we take our center, those two, he has him. We'll block big here. We'll block it like this. Now, this guy and this guy are responsible for the 8 guy. That's just like we tried to talk about earlier. Coming out of the blocks, you tell this guy he is responsible for this triangle. He has to read that triangle, and this onside guy has to read that triangle. Okay, strong corner, strong safety, strong backer. Weak backer, weak corner, weak safety. So, both the double cut receiver side has to read this guy. He has to see him. If there's any threat that he's going to come, then we'll run aside. That we'll go over all this stuff later. Because we can't block him, right? We can only block side. So if there's any threat of number 8 coming, if there's any threat, we can go with this, Coach, if you want it. If there's any threat of number 8 coming, our eyes now, this guy, our eyes now go right to this guy. Okay? If the free insists on hanging back, we won't do anything about it. We'll just play, even though he does come, because we figure somebody's got to pick up him. if the free starts cheating over here, now we're gonna do something about it. Am I making any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, okay? That's how we try to pass it down. Okay? That's our basic protection scheme, that's it. We don't see much 3-4 anymore, we, obviously all the variations off of it, but, we've always, and I mean always, we've fiddled around with this for us, it doesn't change because we have such a hard time with it. That as long as 7 guys are involved, we don't even care. None of these guys are concerned. But the minute number 8 starts to make the playoffs, now we have, we gotta do something. Okay? That's our basic pass protection. That is our pass protection. We don't do anything else. We do not do anything else. Always send him weak. Like this. Try to stay big on big. And then we get caught. What else? We can go, we can continue topics, that's what I guess the basic idea. Anybody?
You do any type of rollout stuff, or where the linemen are pulling?
We don't. Our idea is, we have a little dash protection. I can go with that. We have a little dash protection, but again, philosophically, we're gonna get to the sprint out stuff. Personally, I don't know how you feel, we're not too big on the sprint out. Again, because of the throwing thing, we think the sprint out limits you to half the football field. We don't wanna have you only have to defend half the football field. We wanna have you guys cover the whole day on the field, okay? So but we will go to it if we can't handle your, what our idea is, the only time we're gonna come out of here is if we cannot handle you up front. In other words, you put too much heat up here. You're collapsing the pocket high. You're collapsing the pocket too quickly for us, then we're gonna come out on the dash. Again, Steve said the biggest difference he found in the NFL was that the pocket collapsed from here as opposed to collapsing from out there. Tough to feel pushed by these guys, I guess it's so great that he cannot sit there. Well, I'm not saying that we don't have that kind of pressure, but you're gonna have to do that to us. Okay, if we wanna come out, we can go over all this in more detail tomorrow, Coach. I know we just trying to cover some stuff. If we wanna come out, we'll block you the same way, exact same way. We're not gonna change our 60 pass pro at all. We're not gonna change our 60 pass protection at all. The only thing we're gonna do is have a call, so we're basing everything here. Well, we would run a dash into that with 8 guys at the line of scrimmage, obviously. Let's say you're in some kind of 7-man front here. What we're basically going to do is not change the protection scheme at all. Insist on doing this, and if this guy doesn't come, then as he releases like he's doing, he'll turn it back here to try to take this guy in. That's all.
The reason I asked that is because
I think I hold it up, is what, if I can hold it down like that, I can hold this kid. Yeah.
we do drop back to throw the ball, but we also this spring we're putting on some
Great stuff.
sprint out and bootleg type stuff.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We just don't like doing it because we don't feel like we're good at it. And I think the thing I fight all the time is we can get out of here. The protection schemes are not, because when you do this, it's not difficult to get out of here. But I'll be flat out honest with you. We don't know where to throw the ball. I mean, there's nobody open. We cannot get guys open on a half the field stuff. That's just us. I can assure you can, do something different. We rerun this and this, and then we turn him up and bring him back. We do try to do things like that, but we can't get away with it. So we don't like it. I'm just being honest. We just can't get everybody there. Now, if we have a guy with a gun that can pull it up and throw some backside stuff, we don't mind. Otherwise, I don't know. That's us. I'm just, again, do this, well, I can show you all the stuff later, but we like to do it out of something like this. Single back cell. Okay, so we fake the counter here, and we come out like that, and we make it. We call it a naked, okay? But this guy now, this guy here has to really, we really exaggerate the scoop. Okay, like we're running this crazy hill. Okay, we really exaggerate the scoop to try to get this thing to happen. And then we sometimes bring him, other times we just lock the thing like the counter and try to outrun this guy.
And nobody.
Yeah, nobody can make it too naked. Initially, when we put this in, we stole it from the University of Illinois. We put it without a protector. And we just said, we're gonna, either we're gonna pull your oar. Like I told you, this is the guy I keep my eye on in the early part of the game. And then we just run it like this, 3 levels. Like that. Okay. This, as far as getting out, I'm kind of bouncing around, but, see, if we get a hard stuff upfield rush, we're gonna trap him. If we got a guy sitting in here, we had one guy in Utah that defended us just by him, he would not rush, because there was no way they were gonna let us run this football play. Then we would come out. That's our basic game. That's our basic game. So we would, I talked about the dash, we probably run this 10 to 1 over that basic dash. Because again, we just do not like. When we do this, we try to trail somebody. We always try to put somebody over here. Never get in the ball, but, stay back there, man. Give us a chance.
As far as terminology of with your offensive line, I mean, you say keep it simple. I mean, you talk about a base or zone or?
Yeah, that's the basic thing. Base. We don't say one word, we're gonna do, and they can slide it. We slide it, we base it, and we fan it. Fan is first. Yeah, but the nice thing is, I don't know how you feel about this, coach, but I get, and I don't know, I don't know enough about the things, but the fact is, schematically, let me do it, because I know, I think I know who we want out, and we don't care if we get out on that particular route. So we will try to control it as opposed to letting the lineman control it, or the line guy control it, because he doesn't, it's not important to him, which line we get out. He just wants to protect the dang on quarterback. But, it is important to us. So, now this is, I eventually wanted to get to this, to ask you guys how you do it. But even when we go to our single back throws, we don't change protection scheme. We don't turn scheme check. I don't know if you guys, you see a lot of turn protection. We refuse to do that. All we would try to do is say we come out like this, single back, and we see a 3/4, let's say we see a 4-3, and I don't know what you guys see. We still block the same way. In other words, now we come out. Now if W comes out here, we know we're okay. If the W comes out, starts shooting in here, now who has to cover? The F has to come over here. Now we're just gonna get out of it. Okay, we're not gonna try to turn protection and make hot guys. That's why I went back to my basics. That's why I said what I said earlier. All we're gonna do is we wanna point the W. I come on here, I point the W, the quarterback acknowledges W over there. If he's out here, we're not gonna worry about it, because we know that this guy has he has to block him, we're gonna block everybody else. If W starts shooting down inside, we'll either side adjust, or we'll change it. Try to keep it simple as we can. Nobody can sense, probably a little bit different than what you guys do. Right? You guys probably turn it, gotta go hard on it. We just like to keep it as simple as we can possibly.
Some of the things that we do as far as passing the ball, I mean, like I said, we do a lot of drop back stuff, and then we'll do the bootleg, and then we've got screen. I mean, is that part of your scheme, the screens and stuff like that?
Yeah, we'll screen it. And I can diagram, right up when we do it. We'll screen it, but I think if we do something fairly well, is that we try to take advantage of the people we have. Okay, we get big sluggers up here. I mean, big sluggers. Our guys that go, Roger likes some big, long arm guys. And you get those kind of guys, and they're useless on the screen, in my mind. So we have a screen practice. We're not very good at it. Okay? We're not going to try to get a big 300-pound guy out there expecting him to go block the form. He's going to run out there and fall down, and we're going to run. Now, we like our, I don't know if you guys run any option screen, what we call reach screens, where we're gonna look downfield first. And all we're trying to do, and I'll go with this whenever you want, tomorrow, whatever. Say we're running a route like this, where he would come and check here. Now we were just running here like this, and these guys would protect and then leave. But the read doesn't change. See, the flare control happens the same way. The flare control happens the same way, but we're gonna read it the same way. We're gonna read the thing downfield if we don't have it, then we come back. We like that, because it gives us a chance to get downfield. But as far as running a true screen, we run them. We're just not really good at it.
So you say 8 passes, you're gonna drop back.
Yeah, I mean, I exaggerate obviously, because I'll show you the adjustments we make, you know, I mean, so 66 for us has probably 10 different options. I mean, 10 different little doodads that we can do up. But yeah, if we get to nut cut time, it is the same 8 plays, because that's what we know. Okay?
On the adjustments,
I'm kind of
on the,
jumping around right
on the adjustments, is it already known? Is it part of the game plan, or is it an audible?
No, we will call. I mean, I sound like a little selfish coach, but we will make that call ourselves. I mean, if we see something, we'll make a little bit of an adjustment. But if we don't, you run the play that we call. Now, we do have an audible system, obviously, like everybody else. On our game plan, a quarterback only has 2 choices. In other words, if we make a call and he doesn't like it because he sees a different coverage, he only has 2 choices to go to. 2 choices against a man 3, 2 choices against a double. You know, that's all he has. So, but the adjustments we make, and again, I'm not trying to sound like I know all that about coaching, but I just think let us do it. The less you have to worry about, the more effective you will. So I think it goes along with this great philosophy we're talking about. We really believe in that stuff. Well, I don't know. We can talk about it, we can actually go out and do it, but yeah. For example, I'm jumping around, I don't really feel comfortable. Until we get some kind of agenda going, but, for example, real quick, we run a little route we call 65, okay? Same idea, just like everybody else. We read it with a strong safety, hang, you know, all that, and we can get into that tomorrow. Now, a lot of teams take that away by going like this. If we were to come out and call 65, okay, and I'll go into Woodby's building tomorrow. If we run a route like this, we call it 65. We read the strong safety. Okay, now, but if teams start to take this away by going like this, doing something like that, let me do it. The next time I want to call this, we'll call 65 at angle. Now all that happens is he comes here and ducks back in here. That's what I'm talking about adjustment. Okay, so our 65 game, you know, we'll say 65 at angle, all of the distance we want to represent. But let us do that rather than the quarterback. Okay, that's what I've done about adjustments.
While we do this, Norm, why don't
Okay.
you sit down over here,
Okay?
so you can get more comfortable. And
Well, I want to address what you all want to hear.
I understand it. I want us to, let's just talk about what kind of the sequence we'll go tomorrow,
Okay.
and then let's go home and let's do it tomorrow. Why don't you come, and, first thing, just, run through your passing game.
Okay.
And just tell us as you're
One
going
by
through
one.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The different routes and adjustments off of that, why you would do it, against, and why you wouldn't.
Okay.
And then about the pace that they put it in, when you start 2 days, how fast do y'all go to that? I'd kind of like to know that.
I want to tell you, I talk about how you implement this in practice from day 1 all the way up to the first game.
Okay.
But also, then as we'll kind of know something where you're coming from a little bit if you taught us just something.
And I need to go over like what we call people, where we
Right.
all that stuff. Yeah.
Start,
Yeah.
let's just start out with that
Okay.
first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Then, don't know how long that'll take, or how long it is.
Yeah.
Let's progress after
Okay.
that.
That makes, okay.
Now, it does take a while.
Yeah. Okay.
We might spend the rest of that.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to eventually talk about the things you do with quarterbacks, with receivers, just in practice, just skill development kind of things.
Okay.
You want the running game done in this?
I want to talk about, again, with your running backs, how you use them as receiver, and tell us about how you develop them. in practice to be receivers too.
Yeah.
Some of the things I've seen, some backs that they would be effective if they, catch the ball well, practice up with them to do it. Tell them what you do. But then, the last thing we'll do is, he's going to run again, so. Since,
Good, that's
let's
makes
go,
sense.
let's take a run at it like that, and, after we've done that, we'll see what we want to do next. So we may not spend all day with that, but we'll start.
Fine. And it's easier than just kind of,
Yeah,
shot.
shot together, yeah.
Yeah.
And, you just teach us like.
Talked about last night. Okay. And if I'm, where I'm at, you come back to it, let me know.
All right.
Okay, right from the beginning, the way we will align ourselves. Okay? This is X for us, that's the tight end, Y, that's Z, this is the fullback, that's the halfback, okay? But that's the extent of using the letters. The way we coach it is he's the outside receiver, this is the inside receiver, this is the single, this is 3, this is 2. Okay, so the way we call our stuff is that if we use a color. Red tells us the set we're going to be in, the backfield set. We say red for us is red, right, tight end goes right, Z goes with him, and it's just, all the same old stuff. Okay. Now, if we want to come out in slot or twin of some kind, and we'll just say red, right, tight end goes right, and we add the word slot. Okay, switch or whatever. I don't know.
Okay, if you did that, then Y would become the single receiver.
Exactly right.
Z would be the
The
inside receiver,
and
X
X
is
is
the
the
outside.
outside. So conceptually, when we teach the route, that's what we talked about some yesterday, when we teach the route, you have to learn all three, or all five, basically. You're this guy, okay? So we're the route that we talked about yesterday, we run it from this formation, we run the route here, we're in slot, we run the same route, but different guy running the route. Right? Okay. We wanted to go bellied over, we go red left, and he would come here, F would come with him, and we'd attack him the same way. Okay? So then we go red, brown, pink, yellow, you name it, we got the colors in the different formations. Okay, that's the way we would align. So say we run, we'll go over all these in a minute, we ran 65, that route that we talked about, we do it like this. This is how we would run ours. Now, if we're going to slot, so we say red, right, slot 65, then we'd end up like this, right? So now he's the single guy, he's the outside guy, but he's actually X, but he ran that, now we go like this. Right? Same route. And I tell you, I think, this is my opinion, is we determine how we're going to run it by what you're going to do defensively, okay? If you're in slot, you like to adjust to this, and if we know that, we'll do it. Otherwise, we do it according to people. If we feel like this guy has a better feel for this route than the tight end, then we'll run it with him. I mean, our reasons for doing what we're doing, other than to get you the coverage, if we're not sure what you're doing coverage-wise, is personal, our personal. All right, that's how we're going to go. That's how we're going to align. Now, we talked about, before we get into the individual routes, and then, so our deal then is to come out of the huddle, go in the huddle, red, right, 65. We come up, everybody's in a two, including the backs and the tight end. We're all in 2-point stances, okay? Because the receivers are like this, obviously checking out when we talk about, and the backs are actually like this, because you can see better. And our tight end, we allow him to stand up also, because he's not going to block anybody that you're going to effect down below. Our whole idea is that we would rather see what you're doing, giving up a little bit of get off, because at least we know what you're doing, because we're trying to figure out what you're doing. Right? So we all stand up. The two backs, the two wideouts, and the tight end. Okay? Now, we want to go and Jeff was talking a little bit about we go down to, so our cadence would be simply 227. If we repeat the snap count, the play changes. In other words, if we came out red, right, 65 on 2, we came out, he said 228, 228, then we would change the call system. Whatever, use any other number. That's our auto system, okay? The other thing Jack talked about was the gun. Just to get alignment-wise, if we want to get to the gun, we just say red, right, gun. That's all we'll do. And I really think there's a place for the gun. Ty Deborah despised it. He did not like it because of the timing. He liked to get his rhythm. He liked to get his rhythm going. But what happened is defenses would do so much where it required us to come across like this to block a backer, that as we were coming back and he was coming across, we never had a shot at him. So if we just simply stepped him back, now he was able to come across and pick up his protection scheme out easier. I don't know the value of the gun other than this. I mean, this to me is the primary reason why I had to talk to Deborah into going with the gun. Because the rhythm and the timing, and I think it's all screwed up. So what I did was I tried to call a bunch of people and just to see, you know, to me it's not good to get your eyes off of the downfield throw, right? Okay, so what we did is finally somebody told us, I can't remember who it is, and it really worked out well for us. We force our quarterback, and we don't do a good job of this, but we coach it this way, that you have to catch the ball. You have to get your eyes down on the ball and catch it. Okay, so if it's a 5-step drop now, we drop it down to 3. If it's a 3-step drop, we just take it to 1. We make it catch the ball. You know, so many times as you catch it, you come in like this and it's all screwed up. We make it catch the ball. Now I go 1, 2, 3. And it worked out better for us time-wise. I think that's what we talked about. I don't know if that's good for everybody, but for us, it helps us with our timing. So it allowed Ty to get that rhythm that he enjoyed so much. Plus, we made sure we caught the ball. But you can see that now.
You don't find there's any, you hadn't gained any time as
No.
far as, how long it takes
No.
to get rid of football.
No. We gained a little depth.
Yeah.
I think. We gained a little depth, but the primary reason was I think it helped us with our pass rush. It really helped us with our protection.
How much did you run the ball out of that?
Enough to keep it going.
I know the defensive coach said it immediately tells most hey,
Teams say that.
we're going to get back
Yeah.
now, because here they come,
Yeah.
and the running game seems like
Right.
a lot of times.
Yeah, exactly right. In fact, the runs that we have that we talked about last night is kind of suited for this. And we just run that little trap, and we run a little wide run. So for us, it's not that big a deal. But I have to work at that. I mean, I really have to work at that and then you make the call. You know, I mean, when we make the call, you know, we want to run, we call it a draw trap. When we run around, you know, it really has to click into your mind. Like, I got to get this guy back to keep him off balance just a little bit. You're right. You're right about that. Our line guy would prefer us running this call, the draw trap call, because just like you said, Mark, when you're back here, it tells everybody you're going to throw, so they're going to get back. But so that helps. But now when we run the wide run, everybody's back, and he doesn't like that because everybody's back. They're going to come up and react to that wide run anyway. But the thing that gets scary is what. Okay, I was going to say one more. Anyway, the minute now, defensive guys might not agree with this, but the minute a team gets into that 20, the bear, the 27, whatever you guys call it, we got to get together up there around. This is cougar for us. A line call is cougar. So the minute they cover up like this, we make our quarterback get automatically. He just yells out cougar, cougar, and he's back into the gun. Because we were seeing this, and we couldn't get a guy over here, and all this kind of stuff. So we put him in the gun to help us with our pass protection. That's the only way we go. I think it helps protection, and I think it helps depth. I'm not sure what it does back for us anyway. For us. And Denver really fought it because he really enjoyed the getting him sink and dropping his feet. I mean, dropping and getting his feet set. Okay? That's what that. Anything else? Okay. I wrote down in my notes so I knew where we were headed. Progression-wise in practice, the way we handle it is we go we warm up. This maybe you'd have some input too. We, a couple, 3 years ago, we were having a lot of problems with sore arms. Because the cubes would come out and they'd warm up, and then they'd be ready to go by the time we started practice, okay? And we really overused them. I think we really had some problems. So again, I tried to just ask people that I knew, call people, hey, how do you guys do? We finally decided that when the team starts to stretch, is when we pick up the ball. I do not allow the quarterback to come out early and warm up on his own. If we start at 3:30, 3:30 is a stretch. At 3:30, you pick the ball up and warm yourself up. So normally there's a 10-minute stretch period. That's when they get a chance to loosen up. Okay, we do not allow them to come out before and think around and throw the ball around. Anyway, we come out and we stretch for 10, then we have a 10-minute individual period. That's all we have, where the quarterback's working on his drops and doing what he's doing, and the receivers are running little drills, ball catching drills, blocking drills. Then that's it. That's the only time they're by themselves. We take another 10, 15 minutes of just one-on-one, just throwing the ball to the receivers, starting out little easy routes. The quarterback start loosen up even more. Then we go to a period we call 5 versus air. We really, to me, the best teaching period that we have, where we just line up everybody, back receivers, everybody against air. Okay? And I was listening, I was telling Jack that we were at a clinic a couple weeks ago, and a guy that I really admire, Dave Levy, was talking about this drill. And he had the guys all lined up, and he had the backs like this, and he said, you have to, in fact, I was just looking at my notes last night when we kind of set a direction. He said, you have to have 3 quarterbacks throwing the football. I don't know if you guys do this, but you have to have 3 quarterbacks throwing the football with these guys. And I totally disagree, only, not because Dave Levy's a guy I really admire, but we don't do it that way. We have one guy, because we want him to be making the read at all times. We want him to be paying attention to what the read will be. So when we go 5 versus air, it's actually 5 versus the coach. I stand here, and whichever place I think that the key part of the read is where I stand. And we one ball, so these other 4 guys will not get the ball, which is where Dave and I were different, because he thinks the receiver should be getting balls all the time, which I agree with, but I'd rather give that up to let this guy know what he should do. Okay, so it's just 5 versus me, actually. Okay, then we go from there to a preparation team, where we bring a preparation team over and we align them the way we want to align them. Then we go from there to one-on-one, where we bring our varsity defense over. We take 10 minutes, we get 10 minutes of one-on-one every single day. And then we go what we call varsity 7-on-7, varsity skeleton. And then we go to team, and that's it. So you guys just do that, so you can see the amount of throwing that the cubes are doing. The first part of team now becomes what we call blitz pickup. The first part of team, while we're in Skelly, the offensive linemen are in blitz pickup. Okay? So we have to share the backs. Then when we get over in the team, the first 15 minutes is team blitz pickup. So the quarterbacks are throwing then also. Then we go to a goal line session, then we go to a red zone session, then we go to a team session, and the kids put on their coats, and that's it for them. They won't swing the ball again. Okay? So that's the way we would organize what we're trying to do. Okay. The organization now, continuing the organization is 50s for us is the 3-step. 60s is the 5 and 7-step stuff. 70s is a weak side throw. We've about taken it out of the playbook, but we're going to bring it back because we don't have a tight end that we feel real comfortable with yet. All that is for us is line up in something like this with an offset eye, and we're coming weak. So he becomes the tight end on this side. So we pre-release him, we bring him back in his protection here, he's back in his protection there. So we have the same idea, but if you see a lot of strong stuff, we play this, but we're not seeing enough strong to make this a worthwhile package for us. But that's our 70s series, a weak side throw series. Okay? And then 80s is that thing we talked about last night. Because this is for us 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. 80's a sprint right, 90's a, which again, we don't use much of. We changed that around there, I think, from when you were there. Now, we're gonna run that dash series, then it becomes 880 or 990. With the same idea, meaning that's dash week, dash throw. Okay? That's our throwing stuff. Then if we're gonna go play pass, we're gonna go play action pass. Say we're gonna run here. That's, for us, this is draw chapter 33. We're gonna go play pass, we just go A 33. A 33 tells us now it's air 33, and that's play action pass. Okay, to make it easier for us. We decided, well, I don't know if this is any interesting, but we last year spent some time with the guys from the Bengals, and we went into games with the no-huddle. We went strictly no-huddle. It's really, to me, an exciting, interesting idea because of a lot of reasons. One is, you catch them off guard a little bit. But two is you get about 3 or 4 times the practice run. I don't know how you guys are like us, but we spend so that much time in the huddle that we, practice time, you get a script and you never get through the class. So now we practice no-huddle. Whether we do it in a ballgame or not, we practice the no-huddle. Simply because it gives us more reps. It gives us a lot more reps. And actually, all it is, and we tried to emphasize this from the start, we're not in a hurry-up offense. All we're doing is telling you what we'd normally tell you in the huddle at the line of scrimmage. It's no big deal. Don't think you have to hurry, don't do anything. But it quickens the tempo, and it really helps us. We go into our initial ball game last year, and we decided not to do it, because it's always easy to get back in the huddle. So we get back in the huddle, we play a game, we did okay. We play our second ball game, it's UCLA, and we can't make a damn first down for all the money in the world. So we say, hey, screw it, we're not going to get this game anyway. Let's get into our no-huddle. And after the game, we didn't win the game. Our boy Steve Clemens were anyway, it was our third game. After we talked to Donnie, who's a real nice fellow, and he said that it screwed them up. I mean, it screwed them up only because everything, they were substituting situationally, and it just screwed up the flow of the game. So I guess I'm telling you that for a lot of reasons. One, that's why we go 833, and that's why we have the numbers that we have, is that it allows us to go through the entire ball game without going through the huddle, for those reasons. The Cincinnati Bengals played Coach Stead. The way he said it was that it cuts in half the defensive variables. I don't know how you guys would react to it, but it cuts in half. So I said, you're trying to tell me that if you're planning to play against 10 coverages, you figure you can only see 5 now? And he said, yeah. So I don't know whether that would be of interest to you.
Here's the question I got. Why didn't you do it more?
Why didn't we do it more during the course of the game? Is because what it required was a little more effort on our part. In other words, we had to signal in. I don't like signaling in place, for one.
Yeah.
Okay? And then it required the quarterback picking that thing up. And then, obviously executing the play.
The efforts between you and quarterback.
Yes.
That's where the
yes.
tough part
That's
is.
where the tough part was. Right. We did do it. We did it, I would guess, not as much as I would like to see it now. I convinced LaBelle last spring, the spring before last, that we had to do it 100% of the time. That, like the Bengals, we had to come out and do it. And he was very reluctant, obviously as the head coach, he was very, very reluctant to do that. But he said, okay, do what you want. And the communication between just getting the play run,
Yeah.
we did not give it enough of an effort. You got to have signal now. You blast the thing that comes.
So in other words, you're really taking your normal tempo, the same tempo they take to get to a huddle, they're just going to take.
They're just going to come.
If the linemen walk, they're
Yeah.
just going to walk to the
Yeah.
line because
Yeah.
they're not actually. It's
Yeah.
not a hurry up. It's
Yeah.
just we're not going to huddle.
But if somebody told you it would cut your defensive variables in half,
Yeah.
you jump at that, right? And then secondly, you get more plays run. He said during the course of the season, they figured they'd average 2 or 3 more plays a game, on the average. Which, to
typically call plays by sending them in, or?
Yeah, we
So
run
you
boards.
don't- You don't signal until you're going over the
Yeah.
no huddle.
Yeah. See, that's a problem. That's a little bit of a hang-up. And that's something you gotta deal with. But, you know, and it took so much time, and what I tried to convince our guys of was that, we were having, how can I explain this? The play calling was becoming too important. In other words, all this garbage was becoming too important. That has to be secondary. I mean, the execution of the play and the being in the proper place has to take, you know. But it does, the plus side outweighs the negative side.
When you tried to do it, were you the one that did the signals?
No,
Who did
no,
it?
the backup quarterback.
Backup
You
quarterback.
in the press box?
I'm in the press box, okay, so I never changed one thing I was
Who were
doing.
you talking to?
The offensive line guy.
And then he talks to the
He talked
quarterback,
to the two quarterbacks, right?
and then they signal it.
They still in now. Now, normally, I talk to the offensive line coach, and he repeats the play to the receiver, okay? So he has to repeat it anyhow. And so he just repeats it to the two guys, and one's dummy and one's real. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish.
The upside is that if the first person I was, you know, when we talked about it, when I was trying to convince the guy, he said, okay, call a play for me on the line of scrimmage. I said, what do you mean call? He said, tell me how you do it. I said, okay. In the huddle, we'd say red, right, 65. At the line of scrimmage, we'd say red, right, 65. No big deal. I mean, we you know, I can, you know, we'll have to adjust. I'll tell you about, but that's all we did.
Yeah.
Red, right. And he said, look here, I don't know if you got, well, they don't pay attention. Yeah, you know, they got enough problems figuring out where the hell to line up, right? And they think that they have to react because they're not.
They're gonna panic. They think
Yeah.
it's a speed deal,
Yeah.
and they're gonna panic. Let's,
Yeah. And our fat lineman has trouble from here to here. I'm not kidding you. We watch too much TV. You know, we walk up the pro guys. Now, they're right here anyway. They're right there anyway. They just turn and listen. And, you know, we have code words. The Bengals said that, you gotta talk to this guy here. The Bengals said they came up with a whole brand new terminology. I mean, they had a whole new set of words that they used. Finally, Sam Weiss said, screw it. We just go back to what we're normally saying. In other words, for 65 of them, they had da-da-da-da. And so did we. We tried to get it that way.
Now, the code,
The code. And they had a whole new English language. And it wasn't really necessary. It wasn't really necessary. For example, they said, and you can come up, and kids, and the other thing they said was, which we do a lot, we let the kids decide. We let the kids, hey, what do you think we should call this if we're in a no-huddle? And they come up with it, and then they remember it because it's their deal. They had a, you know, when they ran the sweep, they had, you know, you put your back on a strong safety as opposed to putting your guard on a strong safety, whatever. They said, you know, they called it boss, back on strong safety. But the way they remembered it was that Bruce Springsteen is the boss, right, in his music. So the boss was back. And you, stuff like that, you never forget it. You know, you won't forget that because Bruce Springsteen is the boss. So we have, I don't know. I don't know if you guys want to deal with that, but for us, it's helpful.
y'all being a throwing team, so obviously y'all see a lot of people who just specifically, they go certain, they see lots of stuff, do lots of DBs in the game. Do you find that prevents,
Eliminate.
you eliminate all their extras, if they're gonna put them in there, they gotta keep them in there, because they really don't have time to.
Yeah. And in reality, they would.
Yeah.
In reality, they would. You could get in whatever you want, but see, if we catch them, if we catch you with any kind of, like we did at UCLA when we first ran it, we caught them in just a little bit of uncertainty. We just call them alert. Alert. We should say alert, alert, hot. We stamp them on the throat.
So what you find is they're gonna have to get in something that's sound, both running and passing.
And that's what I said. The variables get cut. You haven't seen it. You haven't played against it.
No.
Yeah. See, we use it, I think, yeah, not a half. Not a half.
Well, I'm
Maybe
just
a
kind of
third.
sitting here imagining it, and it would be a nightmare if they did it the whole game.
It would be
To
a
me, it
nightmare.
would be a nightmare if they did it the whole game. Now, if they just wanted, if it's a team that's gonna do it for a series or two, that's
You
no
can
big
do it.
deal, but as a
Yeah.
secondary coach, if a team did that the whole game, that'd be a nightmare.
And we really, if I had my brothers, I would do it that, we would do it that way. We talk about the no-huddle, Jack. And we are going, we did it all spring, you know, and again, I gotta convince the boss, but, you know, as much as we can, instead of using it as a change-up, use it just down after down after down. And it changes tempo, and according to the guy's name is Jack, you know Dana Bible? By any chance? Yeah. Talk to him. The guy is unbelievable, the way they set it up. And all it is talking at the line of scrimmage instead of in the huddle. And our kids like it. Our kids really like it.
But your linemen really.
By the third quarter, our linemen are, because they have, you know, you got to get in better shape. But again, the pluses are the defensive variables and the practice time. You get a lot more practice time because you're not in a huddle. Anyway, that was a little bit off the subject, but I wanted to get to that eventually. What else about that? Your question about why we didn't do it more, I think it is because of the fact that we were all, you know, we would screw the thing up signal-wise. Okay, anyway, that's our system, that's our setup like that. Okay? Okay, now you want to go into the best patterns. Okay, and this, let me just, I'll go one by one, but this is also the way we talked about implementation during 2 days. For the very first day, we'll put in, the very first session, we'll put in all of what we call, let me impress you, all horizontals, I'm BSing you, but all of the horizontal stretches, vertical stretches, we at BYU have the oblique stretch. How's that? You ever down heavy, Jack?
Let's do 20.
Good thing. Horizontal, vertical, we go oblique. And really, when you think about it, all your pass routes are oblique stuff anyway. Right? You put a guy here, you put a guy there, you put a guy there. So we're oblique stretch team. Just to try to impress you with terminology. Okay. Good clinic stuff. All right, so the very first day now, we're going to put in our mirrored stuff. The very first session, we will always start with our mirrored stuff. The first route we like to run, we'll run this a ton. This is very simple. You just go like this. At 14, these are 10 to 12. That's 66 for us. Okay? This doesn't matter. I guess only it matters for us, so I'll make sure I cover it all. And the read is very simple. We read the middle backer. We read the middle backer for direction. If you're a 4-under team, this is for us bread and butter. Okay? If you're a 4-under team, this is for us. The first step tells us where we're going to throw it. If I take one step, my eyes are up on the middle backer. If he goes weak, we come strong. He goes strong, we come weak. He goes straight back, we come weak. And this will help us, Jack. This is one thing that will help us along with the change in the hash marks. Okay, so say we're playing a 4-3 team. If he comes weak, they've got 2, we've got 2, we got 3, they've got 2. He comes strong now, he takes him away, they've got 3, we got 2, and they got 1. It's all the mouse. Okay? On the chalkboard, I got a chance. All right? Against a 3-deep zone type team. Very, very basic for us. The first step, we tell our cube on the first step back, you got to know which side you're coming. If Mike goes weak, we're coming inside out. 1, 2, 3. If Mike goes strong, we're coming inside out. 1, 2. Okay, 66 for us. You guys probably run the very basic. The same thing off the way. Okay. Now the adjustments we'll make. If we see a 500 team, if we get screwed up and see a 500, I get that later. Then it's a lousy call, actually. We'll go 66, what we call 66 wide bench. Then all we're going to do is change these 2 guys. We're taking him on a bench and taking the fullback up to shoot. Same route, everybody stays the same. We give you a little different look, 66 wide bench. Okay? Now we're telling them, Jack, with Ted, we're telling our quarterbacks, stay strong side. let me clarify something. When we call our 60 pattern, the first 6 tells the line what's going on in the Texas scheme. The second number is just rote memorization. You just have to memorize that pattern, that 6th pattern. Okay? And the cube knows what he has to get done on that. And then since we only have 8 of them, I don't think it's too tough for the cube to know really what's going on. Okay? Every package, every pattern has its own set of things I gotta look at.
You're not telling your receivers the pattern you're going to learn about the other six.
Yeah, the other 6, they have to learn from the other 6, from the second digit. Okay? I mean, like a lot of proteins run 848, right? That's an 8, that's a 4, that's an 8. A lot of guys go 848, seam, post or something, and that tells the backs. We just go 6. The second 6 tells you what you have to do.
When you're teaching, you don't call that.
Say again.
When you're teaching, you don't call everybody's pattern.
No.
When you first start off.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we don't even have a tree. We don't have a tree, which, I got the rest of that fellow. We don't even have a tree. We have routes that we run. I mean, this is a crow for us. Okay, but I don't, if we come out and we're running, we're just individual routes warming up. I don't say, okay, well, I do. We run with crows. But early on, especially with the young freshmen, I always say, okay, let's go 66. Even though it's just our receivers and the quarterback running one at a time, it's 66. They have to learn it by 66. But when you think about it, that's what I was trying to, I think I said last night, there's only 8 of them. There's only 8 of them that you have to learn. So we don't have an actual tree. We have a tree, but we don't utilize the tree. Okay.
Well, it's 60
Yeah.
series is 5/7 step. How do you determine whether that's a 5 or a 7?
That's what I said. We got
It's a quarterback.
Quarterbacks to know it.
That's a 5.
That's a 5. 5 and a hitch step. They're all going to be 5 and hitch step actually. No, they're not. I mean, I'm lying. But it's 5 and hitch. But like I said, it may, when we get through it, I think we'll get a little better idea. This is 5 and a hitch. Okay? But like I said,
Show me what you mean, 5 and
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we bring it up. Yeah, okay. You gotta let them have it. When you bring that baby up, you gotta let them have it.
I want to ask you a question.
Shoot. Don't make them do tough.
When we started this, we got out there and, our receivers can't go 14 yards. No back step. I'm talking about weekend. Our quarterback will be ready to throw before they can get to that. We're waiting on it, really.
Okay, the only way I can respond to that is when Doug Skoll first got there, when he kind of put this in, I told that, the progression we have, and I feel very fortunate, because I worked with Doug Skoll and Wally English and Ted Tone before that last thing. Doug Skoll kind of said, I don't know if you know Doug, he passed away a couple years ago with Randall Cunningham at the Eagles. It was a Saturday afternoon, I'll never forget, the team had worked out, gone home, he went on the exercise bike, fell over the bed, and fell right off the bed. Anyway, what he did, I never forget, because I was just starting, I was a high school guy, and what he did, Ted, was he actually went out and timed it. We had McMahon at the time. He went out and timed it, and he made McMahon get back as quickly as he could. And then he let the receivers go. He stood there and tried to make his decision on what the yardage would be. You know, where is that right? And for us, 14 was okay. So that the minute I go like this, I make my turn here, the ball should be on its way. And that doesn't work for you guys. We got slow white guys too.
Amen.
5, you're slow white guy.
We go 5.
7 step work better for us.
Isn't that something?
Now, let me just say that, there's lots of times we were trying to make defensive people turn a certain way, these kind of things. And our patterns ended up deeper than 13 yards. In other words, an out may be 17 yards.
Yeah.
We might have been going deeper than 13 yards.
No, in fact, I'm harping. The thing that I'm harping at all the time is I said 14. I didn't say 13 and a half. I didn't say 14. I said 14. And it is a straight line 14-yard run. Now, we'll get into the bump and the press and all that, later, but It's a 14-yard sprint, that's all. I don't want any wiggles, I just want you to get those 14 yards down to the turn of the football. That's how we coach ours. And like I said earlier, I stand back there, I stand at 14 or stand at 14 and a half, and they gotta make that, break in front of me. So I don't know if, I'm saying it right, but we don't allow that, I said 14. I didn't say, and every time we run an individual route, we run our three-step stuff for the cubes to warm up, and then this is the first route we come. That's how we start our run. The 5 and the hitches work for us. Obviously I don't know, but for us, the only guy that has a little bit of leeway is this guy. If he gets bumped and pushed, then he has to get a field for it, and cut his down in or either. But we'd like him to get it.
What are your backs keying there?
Nothing. The backs aren't doing a thing. They're checking their protection. They come out. We try to check it on the run. If I'm this left back, I come here, I look for my guy. If I'm not doing, I just continue on.
Roll back, keys too.
Same idea. Yeah. That's what I should get to that. Now, the 4-3 alignment, the 4-3 alignment like this, Ted, is this. Okay, the 4-3 alignment is like that. And we try to do it on a move. Like I said, we arc release it here, check my guy, and the next step is right there. Now, again, we don't have the kind of speed that we need to have. So this is not even like this. We call this an arrow. Hit you, run out there. Because you got to move the coverage. You got to move the underneath. So this is a straight line shot. Past the stem of the receiver.
Where the center just sits in there and helps the guard.
Yeah. Zone. 4-3 will zone you. 9% of the time. He'll come back, check his mic, but we don't bring him back out or anything. If this guy comes, we're going to block him. A back block. And then, like I told the fellow last night, if this guy comes back and, geez, where are my backs? He knows that if the backs aren't out, come, figure man. We'll make adjustments. We'll run this ball a lot.
What's the split on your two wide? Basic.
Split according to the route that's called. But we don't allow them to split, we don't allow them to align twice in the same spot. In other words, every time when there's a run or a pass, they gotta vary the split. But we don't have 12 yards outside of the tight end. No, we don't do that. That's kind of a cop-out answer, but if you're on a hash mark, wherever you are on a football field, just use your judgment to get where you got to get. We spend a lot of time on it in practice. We don't have.
Use the middle of the field. You wouldn't say halfway between hash
No.
marks and sideline or anything like that.
Where do you want those two curls to end up on the field? If you're on the left hash mark, let's say. Where do you want that?
I guess in response, we don't use landmarks. We just get out. You turn in, get out.
You come to the inside beat as you run your route. Just line
Get
back.
out. The receivers aren't required to do any of
The
that.
quarterback's doing the
The
only
quarterback
read.
is just doing the read. Now, if they're in a 500 deal. If you got 5 underneath you, it's a lousy route to run. This is strictly against the 4 underneath you.
Right, I'm just still thinking, okay, so this guy,
It's not a couple, that's the thing, we don't try to.
he may catch this ball one time, he'll catch it different places than on the field.
The receiver, okay. The receiver comes, and we run a curl like this. We plant our foot and come right back to the ball.
Yeah.
Okay, directly back to the ball. Now, if someone is between me and the quarterback and myself, then I just get around, find a window. So I don't want to say, okay, you gotta take 7 steps and you gotta turn. I think, and David, I thought that Dana and I were visiting, he termed it right, and I've used it ever since. It's a very common sense approach to throwing football. Okay, whereas, you can be a lot more rigid. We if you're not open, get your man. That's all. If he's in the way, move to the next window. If he's not there, move to the next one. That's all. I know you probably sitting there going, wow.
You gotta find a
I
receiver conversation.
understand, we just don't see much of this defense.
Yeah, and we don't need it, we don't need it, we don't see a lot of 400, we're seeing a lot more roll week, we're seeing a lot more, Jack and I were talking about this week rotation, okay? And when we see the week rotation, we will, then come to this stuff. When we played Penn State, what Penn State was doing was rolling their front into the boundary and rolling their coverage to the field. We knew that, we just kept running this through all. Okay, now let me,
Keep going and we'll see.
yeah, then you decide what's good, what's no good. Yeah, Jack?
Are there other adjustments to
On
60?
your 60 passes, you're going over 62. I mean, how would you take inside linebacker, outside linebacker?
Yeah, backs on the back. Let me just take, I'll just take 1 second, Tim. What we would do is try to film study, try to game plan it, and decide who you like to bring more, okay? If you like to bring your inside folks more, then we'll just base everything up. If you like to bring your outside folks more, then we're going to slide. We're going to put the back on the backer that is least likely to get in. Okay, now, if we don't know, it just happens more than not. If we don't know, you don't have a tendency, then we'll double read you. What we call family, we'll double read here. Mike, both guard and back, because Mike drops, guard comes out, back's free. Mike comes, we block him, he has to turn out the stuff. So we'll double read that. In fact, that'll be our basic call. We come out and say red right 66, that's automatic double read protection.
We're talking about for your back and guard.
Yeah, put it back in the, okay, now, the nice thing about this too, Ted, is I get to take care of it. That's why I told the guys, I know which back lanes we need to get out into the pass route. So if we can't handle this guy, which is really a concern, obviously, when you got both guys sliding, you leave this guy and then we'll decide which guard can stay in.
Let me ask you right here, if they kept your strong linebacker inside, would y'all try to do a little flexing or something with your tight end and make him come out on your tight end?
Here, if we see the 26, if we see the bunch of the bear look, that's what we do. Our first move against the Bears is to flex the tight end.
Yeah.
That's it, right now.
I watched a little bit of that cut-up last night, and he was flexed. Seemed like 3-1.
Yeah.
And of course, half the time, it didn't look like it was a tight end, but
Yeah.
a wide,
The white
a
man.
wide guy, or a little guy,
Yeah. Yeah.
a little fast one.
A little faster, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So now, 3-4 linemen, or your 52 alignment. We talked about reading Mike now. This becomes Mike. The second backer in from whip we call Mike. Okay, because if you're a strong zone team, the tendency is to bring him, right, which makes him stud, him Mike, and whip. So that's how we read it. We don't like it, obviously, because they can go 500. That's what I never forget when we're putting all this in. Doug used to call this guy Mike, and this guy was fourth. That guy was F, which meant he was the fourth backer. I guess when they went from a 4-3 to a 3-4, that became the additional backer. So he called him Mike for this reason and this reason alone. As the cube now, that's Mike as far as the 3-4 as opposed to the 5-4.
Norm, are there, bench was an adjustment to 66.
Yeah.
Are there others? Or is that?
Yeah, but I'd rather hold back. I'll get to this later. That is
Okay.
into a boundary control that I'll get to that in a second.
I was going to share.
Time this baby up, and for us, 14 is worth it.
Well, knowing him, the reason he wants to go at least 14, he went 13 yards, is he felt like that's the depth you turn
That's right.
Turn the guy.
If you don't turn the corner, if you go run an 8-yard pattern, you're
Yeah.
going to get covered.
Yeah.
And you're not worried about turning anybody anywhere, just
No, just get
run and get it.
Yeah. And I'm always harping, and we'll go to the next one. I'm always harping the receiver. Get up. Because you're not quick enough to begin with. You're standing up, you're not down in a track can't, you know, we gotta get to that point. And I don't wiggle, don't do anything, just run like you run the sprint.
At one point too, I wanna talk about what do you do when the
When?
guys come up and get all
Yeah.
into place, and you can't just take off.
Yeah. Good. Shall we wait for him, or shall we go?
Yeah.
Right. Thing is, this guy's not in play. This guy is not in the football play. He has got his deep third.
You've got to sell it.
You've got to sell it, so it's not, it's anything. That's why, if we do, again, I don't mean to brag, if we do anything right, we tell our receivers, get off the line of scrimmage. I tell the receivers, this is my big coach point, if I see you on the film one time, not get off the line of scrimmage, to run a pass, you're asked on the bench. You out of the ballgame. You have got to come off. Coach, I don't know if you know Jack, there's a guy named Richie Stuber, a real good friend of mine, with Edmonton now. He said the only difference between playing BYU and playing other teams, he said, as a defensive back coach, I could tell who was going to get the ball. That's the guy that came off the ball. And you guys really, everybody came off the line of scrimmage. And that made me feel real good, because I think, you know, again, I'm not trying to tell myself he's bragging, it's just that we pride ourselves. Get off the line of scrimmage. That's the real, you know, like either kiss the ball or sit on the bench. Okay? Keep going. We emphasize that. All right. That's 64, 66. I'll go with the, I'm teaching now, I'm showing it as to how we teach it, you know, implementing it also. It's still a first morning of two of this. Then we'll get to 64, which again, you're gonna like this one, Ted, if you're not wondering now, you're gonna wonder now. Okay, now we bring it in a little bit, and it's a mirrored house. That's the mirrored house for us. And all we're doing here is we're telling this is the only route where we require a proper foot spacing. Okay? I'll put a line. If I'm this receiver here, we require him to keep his outside foot back. Okay, his outside foot back. And I go 1, 2, and the third time my outside foot hits the ground, I can widen just a little, and I bring this over like this. A speed cut, we call it. Okay? You know, you're gonna think I'm crazy. 1, 2, 3. I can widen. I bring this thing out here like that. Okay? You tell a quarterback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open throw. Period. You got to make your decision. Open. You have got to get to the ball. Robbie Bosco, when he was playing, he used to get so mad at me because whatever he did was too slow. Whenever he set up to throw the ball, wasn't good enough. Because the first couple days of practice, the only thing I'm yelling, get it up, get it up, get it up. And he would go, because he was so fired up at me that I was yelling at him all the time. Okay, strictly done by the rotation of coverage. If Bob, this guy that I also admire, used to call it the best located safety. If they're in some kind of look like this, at the first step, if he goes straight back or goes weak, the ball's coming in. Because they're in some kind of strong rotation. If he goes weak side, the ball's coming strong. Right now. And whatever you do, it ain't good enough. Because you're going to, obviously the guy takes the ball away, it's 60 the other way. Okay? And then all we do now is in the first step, he sees what's going on. As he turns to throw the ball weak, he sees W. W is held in here with the back and throws the ball out here. This is diagram probably not as accurate as it should be. There's a line here, some kind of alignment right here. And then you just throw the ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't mess around. Get the dadgum ball up. With one exception now. With one exception, and that is if they're in 500 men, or in some kind of man. I mean, some kind of 500 man. If they're in 500 man, he becomes 1 and 1 only. He's the only guy you can throw the ball. They shoot us, they got us, get the ball. This is an option route, getaway route. We just tell him to shake yourself loose. If it's any kind of zone, he sits himself right there. Okay, question. That's 64 for us. We've run it since day 1.
Okay, now, what does that split in the depth of these folks?
He's going to enter, it's counting steps. So he's gonna end up, we figure, Coach, between 8 and 11. That's what we would think. And if you drew this route, diagrammed it properly, it would, I think it should look like that.
Kind of round that
And
baby
around that baby off.
Step.
Yeah. And not plant and not do anything. And I'm, like I said, coaching wise, we're telling him, when I flip my head around like this, the ball should be right in my helmet. Right now. I want the ball delivered that quickly. And you gotta get up, you gotta get up, you gotta get up, and be up before we go down. Now, the one thing we have done, I think we've done okay since Doug was here, for us, when you reach that fifth step, if this is the line, say, right down the center, but when I hit that fifth step, I wanna be about like this. I don't wanna be like this, I wanna be about like this. And the way I taught it is the line,
Move that
on the next step, because now my hips are open a little bit, before that, a little bit, okay? I don't wanna be like this, I don't wanna be like this, I just wanna be with my hips open so I can throw that weak ball. We worked on that. It's a fair amount. So my hips are open now. If I gotta come here, I think it's easier to come here than have to come there. Not making any sense. Okay? So if we draw that imaginary line, in fact, that's the 10 minutes, that's what we spend a lot of time, and I wanna end up like this. Top. For this ball. For this reason. Okay? The adjustment to this would be if you're in a 5 under, look, and we're gonna pick you up on the fade. But lousy call. Maybe 5 under small. What else? Any other question? I mean, like I said, whatever we do during practice is not good enough. The quarterback is never quick enough delivering the ball. They will get yelped at. In fact, some of them cheat on me and only go 3. Because I'm always get the ball. And they'll hear about it for at least the first week until they really try to get this. Okay, can I go on?
Yeah.
64. You guys go on. Okay. Now, we talked about the stretches. When we're through, our basic idea is we're gonna have one weak side stretch, one middle stretch, and one strong side stretch, okay, down the field. This is the one where I will give in to a 7-step drop, okay. I would still prefer 5 and a hitch. Okay, we take this guy, and we go 10. Okay? We take this guy, we used to run a post, now we just run what we call a split. We're not quick enough. We call this the BYA route. What's your, you know what? Okay, we take this guy, we run a post cross. We go to 12, 15, 12 to 15 here. In other words, you got some leeway there. At 18. Oops. I'll make sure I got this right. At 18. Okay, it's our middle stretch, right? Here. You take this guy now, check his protection. He comes across at 3. So you gotta defend that middle stretch now. Okay? The read is the free safety. If we were to diagram it in a book, he becomes 1, and that becomes 2. This guy becomes 3. That's how we would do ours. If the ball is thrown properly, we feel like if the ball is thrown properly, it'll be thrown to the side of that receiver, right? Or past the center, right, like that. That's where we would ideally like the ball thrown. We feel like the coverage will move with the tight end coming across, and the hole will be right there. That's our middle stretch stroke. The read is right here. The free hangs around, we'll let this one fly once in a while, which you probably won't do. He hangs here. These guys occupied underneath coverage. That's the guys.
You they'll run that, whether it's 2 deep or 3 deep, it's
Yeah.
just gonna run the same depth. Same depth of everything, they just, it's a quarterback's.
Yeah. Not good, roll week, your week rotation, not as good, because of that combo stuff. When he sees that tight end and it's strong safety now, and look, double this guy up. Okay? That's 63, but we're gonna run this baby, and I'll let them go 7 if they wanna go 7. I would rather go 5 than each.
Now, did you say that you're at a certain place on the field when you do this?
The receivers?
No, I'm just talking about the ball.
No, I don't care.
You would run this on the left hash mark or the middle or the right
No,
hash mark?
we would run it regardless, but we'd always keep our double cut side to the wide side of the field. And this, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we would, this route, you're always gonna see our quarterback going. He's moving this guy out, and so he can get in the hole, and he's bringing this guy in, because he wants, I mean, if we don't threaten the middle, we don't have a shot. So every time we run this route, you always see our quarterback move this, to get them aligned where they want to align. So it kind of looks like this, if you will. Yeah. You know what I mean? Makes sense.
So if you ran that at a slot, that tight end would run that
Yeah.
DYA route, right?
Yeah. Then he would run the, okay? We like this. 30 10. 30 10. You got it in, huh?
Similar.
Okay. Now, the adjustments we like to make, I'm glad we got defensive guys in here, but I remember I got the job. We will go 63. If we can read something, see, if we see corners jumping down on this, because, you know, we're playing strong zone or something, but he's jumping down on us, we'll go 63 Z corner. We'll go 63 X corner, where we would just do that, you know, depending on personnel now. Or if you're closing in on this, that combo coverage that Jack and I were talking about, we'll go 63 Y corner. In other words, we'll take this, he'll come here like this, he'll come here, he'll take a step, and he will dig it back outside. That's real good to us. Better with wide receivers than we are with tight end. So that's the adjustments we try to make off of that. Let me go back one step. If we want to, what you saw last time on the film, if we're going to widen him, we call that jet. So it'll be red right jet. And we're going to game plan. If we say jet, our coach on the sideline knows that there's 3 wide receivers and he'll press this out. I like to run that wide corner. And all it is this little scissors route on the front side. Okay? Now, other adjustments that we make now is there's a tendency when you run this to get these people into the coverage. We call this, that's rip for us going right, and this is Liz for us going left, okay? Now we'll call, see on this ball, we'll call it 63 rip. Now they're ripping it anyway. See what I mean? They're doing what we're asking them to do anyway. So I tell the Qs, when we run it, we tell them, when we run rip, get your butts back down there. I want the ball thrown there. You know, we see something, we see them getting deep into the coverages. We want the rip ball thrown first. In other words, take your time and look for that rip ball. We think we're going to get a little piece thrown in there and then hopefully run with it. So if we call 63, they're ripping it anyway, but you make your read. But if we call 63 rip, I want the ball thrown to the backs. Okay? Any questions? That's been good for us. It's been real good. So this is our only middle stretch run. Okay? It's our only middle stretch run. And this, I don't think I can overemphasize this because we can see it better than the Qs can. You know, he may throw the rip ball on a regular 63 because he worked himself down the field this way. Nobody's open. He's got to get the ball back. But if we go rip, you sit back there and you wait for it back on across the middle.
How does he know to go in or out? Is there a call?
Yeah, right means, rip means right. So the,
I'm
right
saying the back either across or out. You guys drawing it both ways there.
One's a rip, one's a lid.
yeah, one's rip, one's lid. I'm sorry. I see. I mean, rip means you go this way. If I'm going right, Liz means
I got you.
they go that way.
So you could call 63 list.
Yeah, yeah, you know, yeah, yeah. We probably wouldn't do it, but, I mean, but that's the example you use is well taken, yeah.
Let me ask you this, because I've seen you back through this. Did you have called that with his linebacker game?
He's out of it. What, okay, good question. What we would do at that point now, if we were to run regular 63, he's got protection. Okay, that's it. We got to go now. If we call 63 rip, and I'm glad you brought that up, that's one of the reasons why we call check and go. So we're coming, we bump him, so it looks like a thing, and then we release. Okay. As he starts to beat us, we release.
That's one of the something to do.
Yeah, that's been good for us. That's been real good for us. We will probably do a lot more of that. If they're coming with F on H, we probably do it a lot more with the guy that maybe doesn't have a cover down. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean? If we like to do that with the fullback, that check and go. We call it chip and go. Blocking. See, if they did it here, F still has H, so, you know, they still got a shot at it. But if we do it here, stud comes, hopefully there's nobody on the chip guy. You know what I mean? They don't have another guy, because strong safety tight end on, strong safety on tight end, I don't know.
If you called any other 63 though, that back would block that
Yes.
linebacker every
Yes,
time.
every time. He would not chip and go, unless we call, rip for us is a chip and go. Okay? Rip and is chip and go.
You call 63 rip, and the halfback's man comes, and that free safety comes up to, you know, he's covering that halfback, and still, would your quarterback have the option?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Go
yeah,
deep.
he can always go deep, he can
Yeah.
always go deep, but we want him thinking back.
Yeah.
We want him thinking back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he can always go deep. And if Gabe tied them with that play, he would go deep.
I know that kind of guy.
Now, are you saying that you wouldn't call 63 and go with it?
Well, we wouldn't go, see, if we go red right, 63 rip, if we went red left, we'd go 63
Yeah,
rip.
okay, yeah.
Okay?
That's what I said.
Okay?
Or slot.
Huh? Or slot, right, yeah. Double cut side, double receiver side. Okay. So if we went this way, we go that way. If we went this way, we go this way. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, keep in mind, like I said, it's a very, very common sense approach to what we're trying to do. Okay, that's it. First day, that's it. I mean, the first session. I don't know, you think we could, where you feel like you can learn it? This is a girl, this is an out, this is a vertical stretch.
What do you call that route that's your exit run?
We call it a split.
Split.
Yeah. We used to run a post.
Right.
But, you know, but, I'm a
What do you catch it too deep?
lousy call. Lousy call. Not bad in here, though. You
Go
call
to the inside.
Not bad in there. Not bad in there. You look at it, but see, no, this guy's gotta go to hold the safety. This guy will probably collapse back on here, and then he'll come back and shoot somebody back up. Too deep, you like to shoot that guy back out of the corner over there. Yeah. Or dig this guy, corner this guy.
Why, yeah.
Yeah. You like,
Man. You catch your man.
catch him in man, and we wanna stay with it. That's, we allow the wiggle there. We allow the little bit of the wiggle there. In other words, this guy really gotta work on it. If he sees man, he's really gotta shake, he's gotta push, he's gotta come. This part of the route, in my mind, is the most important. Yeah. For the receiver. Shake that guy.
You went to split in.
Yeah. Nothing. Split ain't got nothing but kick your butt out of there.
Try to get inside.
Inside. Yeah.
Speed,
Walk start. Inside. Yeah. A little more of a, what am I trying to say? A little more of a, I think all of these are you gotta have a little more of a guess going when you make the call. You gotta kind of get a feel for what these guys are trying to get. It wouldn't be our first goal against man. It wouldn't be our first goal against my runner.
Right.
Try to get a little bit of feel of what these. I'd be very interested to see how you do it in the course of the game too, because that's what we try to do during the course of the game is we got a laptop guy. We got a young kid with a laptop computer sitting right next to me. And it's really, really ineffective. We go to Penn State, Bob, they got a fax machine up there. They got a fax machine up there, and we tried to do it until we found out it was illegal. We did it for a couple of ball games. We had, this kid's got this little laptop, that kitty that is a graduate student, and he sits with a laptop. And then he would pump the information into this fax machine so Roger could look at it on the field. We saw Penn State do it when we were over there, and so we tried to copy them. We saw this guy working all this stuff up to the press box, and that's what they had. But anyway, so we take our game plan, and for off the film, okay, so I see, okay, they like to run this, and we're guessing with that. Then during the course of the game, he's pumping that information in. Now, between series, when the other guys are on the field, I look, and if it matches, then we're, I feel pretty good about the play call. If it doesn't match, I throw out what we have done all week and take his stuff and work off of that. You want to time out?
Yeah.
But see, I'll be done by the third practice session. Because we'll go three more, we'll go three, and that's it. So by the second afternoon, we're done with this stuff. Then we'll go down to yeah.
I like it.
Let me, go back to a question. You're talking about your quarterbacks now. Are you saying they do not go through that stretch?
Right.
They're doing some other
Right,
things.
right.
Have they already stretched?
No, they can if they want. They can come out and stretch if they want. But when that whistle, when the whistle blows for stretch, then they can pick up the ball. You know what I did that? We had a lot of salons. We had a ton of salons. So like I said, I did my own unscientific study. Every quarterback guy I knew, I just wrote a note and came up with a questionnaire. And there's only two things, everybody says we have the same problem. I got two, what I thought were good suggestions. One is they lift through. They lift. After practice, they lift. And number two, and then you guys take that anti-inflammatory, naproxen and all that stuff. We make our quarterbacks take that during 2 days. During one of days, they have their choice. They have their freedom to take it or not take it. And then we were throwing to them. We were throwing a football. And they were asking quarterbacks to come out 10, 15, 20 minutes before. So I said, no more. You pick the ball up when we start stretching. So if you want to stretch, you can come out before and you can stretch. But
Do they jog a lap or anything?
Pardon?
Do they jog a
No,
lap?
the team does. The team jogs a lap before they stretch. I don't care what.
Well, that's interesting, because Bob and Jack, I don't know if they heard this, but then you remember Nick saying,
Yeah.
we asked him, do you have any preference for stretching before? He says, no, stretching before to him was irrelevant. It's stretching during and after that was more important. He just said, he tells his guys, just get loose however you think you need to get loose.
You
We'll
said
stretch
the same
later.
thing yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with that. Our
Guys
guys,
said the same thing, that everybody's getting
The
away
free
from
practice
stretching before.
stretching was
Yeah,
useless.
yeah.
for most
yeah,
people.
our guy, we got a strength guy that's kind of a show off. He's more interested in how he looks. So half the team doesn't stretch anyway. Our line guy will take the guys and they'll get going. And so, no, we don't stretch unless you want to stretch. And then, when practice starts, when we start doing individual routes, we go real slow. And then you can continue to, if you're not warmed up, or, regardless allows guys, media guys out there. So a lot of times when you're supposed to go on up there, over there talking to TV and all that, which burns my rear end, but, then we come out and we go slow.
We won't have any trouble with him having to go on.
Really?
Better be throwing that football this summer.
Yeah.
But we do with our young kids.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're gonna have to go through.
Yeah.
But we have some sore arm problems, so but we usually don't if they've been here.
Yeah. We try to even stretch it, all the stretch things, and that doesn't help.
You said lifting, what kind of lifting do they go through after practice?
No, well, I don't know, we lift during the season, we lift Mondays and Wednesdays. So just make sure they get good lifts. That was a pro suggestion.
Lifted during 2 days?
We lift them today. I think we get 3 days in, I can't tell, we get 3 days in. He said, why should me as a coach throw the ball this year? I'm never going to throw the ball this year. You gotta get used to the quarterback. Who to get it from there?
Drawkins flying is separate, though.
Very limited drill, we're a very limited drill team. We run our receiver drill, we run 3 drills every day. We'll turn drill, we'll distraction drills. And it's all done real, just kind of getting loose. And we're in the special teams at that time. So the guy has to go, he has to go. We don't worry about it. But then when we hit that next period, it's still kind of slow, that period is about good. But then when we hit that third period, now we want guys to be more.
We have what we call a net period, where we've got a net just to catch the ball, and we're having our receivers come across. And this is really a period where we're helping them warm up. And, our receivers get to catch a lot of balls, and, it helps them to warm up. You know, just throwing them through a goal post that has a net on it.
That's good.
And, then we turn around and throw over the goal post. Just to our receivers.
So your regular receivers are doing this?
Yeah. And even our backs.
Yeah, yeah.
This is in a warm-up period, kind of your first 10 minutes after they have already warmed up some.
Yeah. I guess again, I don't want to sound, I don't allow, see, when we run receiver drills, I only allow the front guys to get in the drill. To me, the 12th down team is never going to catch a ball, the walk-on preparation team guy, who's very important to us. I just allow the front guy, maybe 8 or 10 receivers, to catch the ball in the ball drill. And I say, I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to stand back, because every ball this front guy doesn't catch, that you catch is taken away from the front guy catch. So then we take those down the line guys, and they go catch the balls for the quarterbacks in that period.
You probably have a lot more people.
Yeah.
Plus, our freshmen may be the best that we got. We have to work with all of them.
Yeah. And by the same token, see, we run only those couple, 3 quarterbacks in the drills, what you're talking about. We take the down the line guys, and come over, and they throw the ball to the front receivers. Okay, so we move on? Yeah. Okay. All right, now that's the morning, or whatever, the first session. The next session, if you guys think I'm silly now, is our, what we call option outs, getaways. You guys run any of those? Just run the day like that, so you're gonna laugh when you see these. You really are, but if I told you, let me just show you. Okay, the first one, and probably the single most used play that we have. If you were to ask us our favorite pass route, this would be it. We played University of Michigan in whatever year we had a chance to win the whole ball of wax. We ran this play 16 times, 16 out of 76 or whatever play. We take the X, we run them down the field. This is our weak side stretch, okay? This is our weak side stretch. Now we just changed it. So 63 was strong side stretch. This is our weak side stretch. You take the tight end 5 to 7. We drag him across here, 15 to 17, right there. Okay, take our back, flat in here. And then we take our halfback. We call this 69 H option. Now we take this guy and we free release him. Okay, he does not have pass protection. He's on a hot release, so I'm contradicting what I said the other night. 5 steps. You can hitch it up if you need to. You arc release him here, and we tell him to get yourself open. Get your butt open. If it's zone, just turn right there. If it's some kind of man, and you're gonna laugh at me, but I'm telling you that this is the way we do it. If If it's some kind of man, say, where they get W locked up, I don't know, some kind of blitz or something, all this fancy stuff that defensive guys do, and he comes here, he arc releases, he sees this man, and he gets his butt open. Does whatever he wants to do to get open. And that's all we coach. We do not overcoach this route. That's all we tell him. We tell our quarterback, now you're going to laugh. I wish I had a good cut up. We didn't. We tell our quarterback, you drop back, and you watch the halfback. Look at that.
Coach, the year I came out, visit, was the year after that little running back was the number one receiver
Yeah.
for the year. I mean, 84,
Yeah.
83.
Yeah.
But he had a great year.
Yeah. That's it. That was it. That, other than when we played University of Texas, this is probably going to be the first. This is probably the first play of the season we're going to run. We've run it for a long time. We open the game with this because we don't know what you're going to do, but it's good against anything you do. We feel like we got the hammer. It's an easy completion, and we don't want to start out the game with some success and all that. This is what we try to run. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but really that's all we do. We don't overcoach it. And again, I'm not a name dropper guy, just to show you how we feel about it. Bill Walsh should come out. Now, I'll get in that later. You know, it's just a getaway route. Get your butt moving.
Does he ever not throw it to that guy?
Huh?
Does he ever not?
Yeah. Let me get to that in a second. But what happens is I come back. The only coaching points we give him is you eyeball this guy. Eyeball. I mean, you don't care what's going on down the rest of the field. Just look at this guy. And we call it eyeball to eyeball contact. I'm a receiver. I come on, I do all this basketball stuff that basketball guys like to do. When I turn and look for the ball, throw it to him. Period. If I'm not looking at you, I'm doing this. And we got guys that go, you know, and when I turn to look, okay? If it's man, if it's zone, just find a little seam in here. Find a little seam in here. If they're strong zone, if they're in a strong zone of some kind, and they're going like this the weak butt and the weak hook, just sit right in here. Sit right in here. Now, if they got a weak rotation, and they bring the corner up here, and we'll say Will's hitting it or something. Now, take it out a little bit more. Just find the little seam. That's all there is to it. Find the little seam, and we'll throw it to you. Oh no, you're sitting there going, wow. Okay, the only time we get the ball to the tight end now, if they squeeze it. If Will and Lou sees that, and they squish it down pretty good, then the ball comes here. In other words, if both those guys, as I turn and they both jump the halfback, we'll get the ball up. Because, you know, that's the next level. Tons of run this over and over and over again.
He's hot.
He's hot.
Will is coming.
If Will is coming and he is hot, that's the other idea. If he's coming and Will is hot, then F has him, right? If Will's
Right.
coming, then we just flatten this thing out right here. And we try to catch the ball here before F can come. Now, we'll make an adjustment during the course of the game. Against Michigan, we did it because F was really late getting there. So we just told him on a hot ball, you come here. So he gets the ball here and have a chance to shake F. But for the most part, we're coming here to try to catch the ball this way, so you don't, if F's going to get you, he's going to get you in the back and a chance to turn and break the top of it. Love getaway routes. Yeah. Just really enjoy running them. The kids enjoy it. The kids enjoy it. And the only parameters, like I said, we use, we coach it with, is we tell these two guys, eyeball contact, and we tell him, reinforce the defender's position. In other words, if he's defending me and I come at him, reinforce the fact that he's doing it right. So run right at him and then break away. If he's on the outside, run right at him. Reinforce the fact that he's doing it right.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think your teaching method, or you think some people have a little knack
Yes.
for this?
Yes. That's
It seemed like your running back that I watched had a little knack to do this.
And that's what I want. Again, I'm not trying to drop. That's exactly what Bill Walsh said. That's what I want to bring bring up when we go to receiver option. He said, don't coach the guy. Guys have a knack, a feel. If they have a feel, run. If they don't have a feel, don't run. Don't try to teach a guy who cannot play basketball. Don't try to do that. The example he used was the year that he came out, he was looking at one of our, a center or somebody, and he didn't like doing this kind of stuff. Jack knows this, but I think, he says too often you go somewhere and all they want to tell you is about what they do. And we had no interest in what telling him what we did. We wanted him to talk. So he got up on the board and he was really quite nice. But the example he used was with receiver option, which I'll get into next. He had Dwight Clark and Fred Solomon. And he said Fred Solomon could not do it. He was more of a straight ahead line guy. And Dwight Clark could. So he said, why waste your time teaching Fred Solomon? Just go with Dwight Clark. And we have never forgotten that. This past season, this wasn't as effective a route for us because we finally got a running back, a kid out of Vegas, that could run the football. He's a big 6'3" guy, and he couldn't do this. So we never ran it. We never ran it. What we did was if we wanted to run it, we lined up like this with the halfback up here, and then we put a wide receiver in here that had a little push back. So, you know, I know it's silly and I know it's playgroundish, but the kids like it because no matter what they do, they're not wrong. You know, as I come out and I spend 5 minutes juking like this, and we'll get a guy and he'll do this and he'll break and the guy will cover him and say, oh, geez, and he'll turn the other way. You know, because the guy's covering him and I can't get you see it, I'll turn the other way and run. What I want you to do, we call them option runs, getaways. And I would guess that, oh, I don't guess, I can say, this is the most single, if you were to ask, what's the route you run most? Single most used route we have. And why it helps. Another reason why it helps. This part here makes it look just like the draw track. We tell this guy, and we get into the run later. The one run that's effective for us, this part of it here, looks the same for these guys. And we work hard to make it look the same. Okay, that's for us the 69H option. Okay, now, if we call it 69H option, the read is 1, 2. Okay, now if we come out and we just call 69, again the numbers don't mean much. If we just call 69, now it's that same weak side vertical stretch route. He goes here, that's 1. This is 2, and now this guy is not on an option route, he's just on an arrow, and we just read it back down this way. 1, 2, 3. A big stretch. Okay? If we go 69H option, we're going 1, 2.
Is he checking before he leaves on straight 69?
No.
Just out.
No, I'm sorry, he's checking, he's protecting, yes, I'm sorry. H option, he's hot, regular 69, he's still checking, he's protecting. That's right, I'm not kidding. If I could advocate one route, we just have more fun with this route. Because, like I said, the halfback can just go like that. Well, you saw that little bit. A converted wide receiver. Couldn't make it as a wide receiver, we had better players.
Maybe it was run this against coverage too.
Yeah, I can go into every coverage and Lavelle, when he clinics, this is his play, because he understands this one. And he'll go coverage by coverage. And you got it. You know, again, I got the chalk. I'm sure Jack covered it, he had the chalk, but I got the chalk, and against any coverage, it's really good. If they inside out you with Will and Lou, get all your fat ends. If they go weak, just find Will Sue. They do it strong. For us, it's real good. And we'll do this attack here when we're not sure what you're doing with the rest of the field. Until we can try to get a beat on what you're doing, that's the play we're going to run. Okay? Any questions? Let me move on to the next one. Maybe it'll complement a little better. Go ahead. Okay? If you are insisting on staying strong side of the rotation, this is the ball we're going to run. We'll run it against the weak rotation. We don't like it as much because we feel like we can come to the next one. the one we also teach during this time. That's the other route, we teach that in that session. Now we're gonna run the same idea with the receiver on an option, but where on the back option, we try to stretch you this way. On a receiver option, we're gonna try to stretch you this way. Okay, we put him on 12 to 10 yard comeback. We put this guy right here, right, replace the inside backer. We tell this guy you can arc release it, you can outside release it, and you have the getaway. You do this to hold him. Exact same idea, except we're trying to stretch you to find the seat. Strong safety zone, like this. Stud comes, Mike is held here. Strong safety runs out under here. You throw the ball here.
How deep is that? Just varies wherever the seam is, wherever the spot is?
Yeah. You notice I never did give you that, because I don't care. If we need 7, go get 8. If we need 4, get 5. Just get your rear and open. Okay? If they squeeze, and this is another thing we do during air. I will stand here and have another coach stand here, and I'll tell them, all right, let's go this way, let's go this way, let's go this way. If we split it, if I run here to take that, he stays here to take that, we throw the ball here. If Mike stays here, strong safety squeezes him, throw the ball here. Strong safety jumps here, Mike jumps here, throw the ball here. Simple, right? Just common sense. So I stand there, and I go like this, and I tell that guy, all right, we're coming this way, we come this way, he throws the ball there. We come this way, he throws it. We just do it that way. We're that period that we call air.
When you're doing this, is it the same as far as the quarterback's looking, or is he looking more at the coverage?
No, same idea. Looking at that tight end. Looking at that tight end. Just eyeball. I mean, it's really not hard. Just come on, just watch it. Just watch it. There's going, oh my hell, well is done in for this. But 5 steps, throw it. And then a lot of times the tight end will go like this. Will come out like this, and he'll sit down and ball right in his face. Well, the 49, that's what they do. The 49 do a little different. They shoot the guy through and duck it up. I mean, you know, turn around, boom, ball right in my nose. Okay? If it's man, we take this guy and tell him to head for the far post. We tell him, if it's man, head for that far post. We have fooled around with this guy no end. We have tried all kinds of routes with this outside guy. And we settled in on this. If it's man, it's going to look like this oftentimes. This guy can come, he can shake now, he can go this way or this way. A lot of times he'll come and he'll go out, and he'll catch the ball. It almost looks like we're screwed up because we got 2 guys in the same hole. But we don't know what else to do with this guy. So we tell him to continue running, and if he catches the ball here, turn and try to block somebody and see if we can make the ball go. Okay, so it very well may be, in fact, we do this quite a bit. We throw the ball 2 guys almost standing by each other because of the man coverage. We try to turn him back off. We try to run him on the street. None of it works. So we just tell this guy, you stay on the outside of the option. You got to go and then you have to come back. Regardless of the coverage. Okay. Probably not as effective as what we like to jet it like this. We like to run a bunch of it. You may have seen. We like to run it like this a lot. Now we ask this guy, if he were here, he'd arc release it. Since he's here, inside release it. Inside release it. Now, if you inside release it, this guy has to line up because of the fact that he may come across. If he starts to get lined up with you, you know it's man. If he kind of hangs like this and he knows, I mean, he sees he's not coming over here, you know it's zone. Now you take an inside step and just sit yourself down right now. We like to do it this way because we get our folks in that are a little quicker, a little better basketball players. They're not, you know, a comfortable tight end type guy. So we'll do it both ways. And then, so you can see the possibilities. We'll line up like this, run him on the option, or we'll line up like this and bring him down, revert him back. You know, all you have to do is go back to our basic idea. The outside guy has a comeback, the inside guy has a getaway, and the single guy has a boost. That's our two getaway routes. If you're a team that likes to roll strong, we'll come back with the back on the option. If you're a team that likes to kick it back weak, we'll come back with the strong.
If it's man, he go ahead and try and run across and take that guy.
If it's man, he can go run like that. Oh, yeah.
Anything he wants to do.
Within the framework of, you can see if it's man, if he goes, I mean, that's a big old hole in there.
Right.
Yeah. And he can do whatever he wants. And he can even come out like, oh, I'm gonna go out, turn it back in, I'm gonna get covered and come back out.
Yeah.
We do this in one-on-one a lot. Drives the defender batty because he can be doing a good job of covering. You know, said, yeah, come on, you're not gonna do that. You know, not in the ballgame, but yeah, we are. And we are. We're gonna be like we're out in the park, just playing pitching game. Well, when you're out in the park, you tell a guy, hey, get over.
Yeah.
And he's going, and that's all we're doing. And the kids enjoy it because it gives them a chance. It really gives them a chance. And I think, the Rams do, John Pesci does this a lot. And I asked him if they get screwed up. In other words, I'm turning here, and the cube thinks I'm going out there. But the cube is not allowed to throw the ball. If I'm going in here, if I look, I cannot change my mind. But if I come here, and I'm not looking at you yet, and I see the guys coming, then I turn out here, now you're allowed to deliver the ball. So we don't make this, we don't accomplish the play all the time, obviously, but we very rarely throw the ball here and the receiver's over there. In the world to get the guy we think can make the play in that option position.
In just the way we would be personnel-wise, I'd say one of our best guys would be our Z guy. So could we run twins there, slot together? We still call it 61Y option.
We would call it 61Z.
Okay, 61Z option. We call it slot. Okay. He still had to feel way around. Z would.
And H would have the post?
Yeah, yeah. And H would have, I don't know, I can't tell you because we just replace Mike. Replace Mike, yeah. See, the option guy is always, the receiver option is always to the three side. Okay? The boy and I will run this and run him on the option. We haven't got to that point yet. That's what we're talking about. But we just align the guy, your Z guy, and we are that way too. Our Z guy is usually our best option to run. We had a guy a couple years ago, I mean, he must have been 4'8", 4'9". He caught at least 45 balls. Because he was a basketball playing guard. He knew how to lean and break off. And this 3rd and 4, that's what we're going to run. We don't know what we're going to do to get a first down. That's what we're going to do. And I know it sounds silly, but we really enjoy it. And we purposely do not overcoach it. I think we know what we want to get. And a lot of times the running back guy gets really fired up because, damn, he should have turned out, And in reality, he should have turned out. But we don't correct him that. I mean, we correct him, hey, you may want to look outside, but we don't force him to go outside. Because he sees it better coming off the ball than obviously we see it in the ball.
Sometimes the receiver, the option receiver, they get too fancy and try and cost too much time.
Yes, a lot.
Does he have any kind of time,
We
pressure on how
Yeah,
fast you gotta
yeah,
get it done?
yeah. Well, I think we're running it over and over and over again. You realize how much time you do have to get yourself open, yeah. But I mean, there's nothing definitive. There's nothing, the parameters are such, you gotta get open within 2.9 seconds. No,
Right.
just get open. No. And if you can't, a lot of times, we see a lot of that loose, kind of a loose deal, a loose man. It's man, he comes here, he falls, and he'll just turn it and stop. That's another guy, we'll catch the ball every time. The 49ers like to do that kind of stuff. They like to go high low like this and just throw the ball there. But, yeah, we don't have a set parameter, a set definitive time, but, you get a feel after it.
Yeah.
See, and our kid that I was telling you, we were talking about last night, we were trying to run the stretch with, he's terrible at this. He cannot do this. So we don't practice it. We don't even ask him to do that. Now, we played San Diego State one year, and they realized that. They had a nickel here. They had a nickel on they played with a nickel all the time, they had a nickel on H and a back on F to take care of the run. Well, when they played us, they switched it over. They knew we weren't gonna run it with him, so they put the back, the linebacker on H, the nickel on F. So we just asked him, hey, you know it's gonna be man, just get open. And he was able to do that because he did not have to decide whether it was man or zone.
Yeah.
He knew it was man. Now, if I know it, then I can shit. So we'll run it with him if we close the parameters down and we know he's against a big point-good linebacker. But if there's some uncertainty, we just won't do it with that type of player. Where, we have to give the ball. So we were very conscious of this now. The good basketball players. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pitch it up, bang, right now. If the guy is zone, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he turns, bang it. Give it to him, 5, 7 yards right down. Just let him have it, let him turn and make it play. Okay? And that's the only routes, obviously solidly, but that's the two we got for the next session. We spent a lot of time on this stuff. And again, just coaches standing there, defenders standing there, and no matter what I as a defender do, you have to react off of that. Okay. Any questions?
Do you go slot and then go 69H option?
Sometimes. We would prefer going, preferably in that, to respond to that with coaches, we would prefer going like this. So it's basically a slot type of formation, but
Going on the weak side.
going on each side. Now, I'll show you when we get to the next, one other route. We have one other route where we option the back. It's a strong side option. I think that's what you, coach looked at last night. But this is how, we could do it like this. But see, that screws us up, because now this is F and that's H. So we don't want to run 69 F on the option, because he doesn't practice. Does that make sense? So if we just came out like this, in what we call jet, now we have Y, Z, F, and we have H here. Now we can run one. So yeah, we would try not to do that, just to get us to the point where we got guys doing it that have, not as good a
I got a question on if your back is, cut inside, he fakes out and comes back across, do you do anything with your lineman to get the defensive guy's hands down?
No. I missed that with the line. When we ran that, every 60 throw is the same protection force, but they learn on 64, that little quick out that we run, on 64 they short set. They don't drop. They short set that because they know that, it's just a 1 3 yard line. So they almost block that 3-step. They don't. The scheme is a 5-step, that's the
But nothing, you don't do anything special on it?
Okay?
The outside receiver he wants to get outside.
Yeah. Get outside, get a comeback going. He'll get the ball some, because if they see us running it, they squeeze here, he'll get the ball some. But he stays on the comeback. We tried to run him on a streak, we tried to run him on a comeback and go, we tried a bunch of things. It just didn't work for us. In fact, the spring game we ran it, and we had a kid here that wasn't as used to running it. He turned out, he ran this, the quarterback throws the ball right about in the middle, and he thought it was going here, and he thought it was going there, then the defender picked it the other way.
I like that.
Okay, and that's it for the next session, but we're only in the 2 sessions, right?
So you're still day one, that was an
We just
afternoon
finished
workout?
day one. We just finished day one. And really, I don't know, Now, that's the new stuff that we had. We try to obviously cover the other stuff that we had. Okay? That's day 1 is over now.
Let's go day 2, and we'll take a break and get the sandwiches.
Okay. perfect for a long time. Okay, now, we're gonna get into a little more of the man stuff. Okay? First route we would run is, 67. 67. This is the more of the anticipated man kind of stuff. If we see a two-man, I don't know how you guys call it, but if we see a two-man, we run it like this. This is a corner for us. Okay? If we see some kind of a man under, that's what 67 looks like. Okay, if we see a 3D zone, then we're gonna run what we call a burst out. We're gonna tell him to keep the safety in front of him. That's the adjustment there. That's 67 for us, automatic adjustment. You guys probably do this against a two-man or double man all the time.
Now, you're saying your receivers read this.
Yes, yes. On our game plan sheet, we have all the plays, whatever written down. And on the bottom, we have our boxes for the adjustments. If it's two-man or two-zone, this is the call. The cues are allowed to go to. There's one other one I'll show you here. This is the call they're allowed to go to. Now, we really struggled with this guy reading the coverage. This guy really, it's tough for him to read the coverage between a roll weak and a two deep and all that. So the answer we found is he watches him. In other words, if he's coming here and he sees him go beyond the corner, he goes beyond the corner, he knows he has to take this thing out to get this stretch in right here. If he comes and he sees the fact that he is not getting beyond the corner, then he knows he's going to bring it up like this. So his route looks like diagram it there. The back route kind of looks like either this or this. Okay, because on a 3D, I screwed you up here. On a 3D, we want it like this to get that avenue. And on the 2D, we want him out wide open, this stretch in right here. 67, we really like this route against no possibility of it going.
Same thing for the fullback?
Yeah, exactly. We really struggled with this until our running back guy said, hey, why don't we just read the receiver? Read this guy. Forget about this guy. That guy's tough to read. Okay? 67. I'm sure you guys have something very similar to this.
All right, let me ask you this. This has to do just with the wide receiver technique. You said you talked about it later at some point. Corners are coming out and beating the snot out of us. We can't do that. A quarterback be back there looking out and there's nobody there. How do you get off in there and get up?
Change receiver. I don't know. Now, if he's on an inside shade or an outside shade, inside shade. Okay, we just come at him. If he's batting us here, then I'm not sure I can respond to that. Other than you just gotta shake it. Then if he's here, we'll lean on him a little bit and get him upfield. We like it on the trail. If you guys teach the trail technique, we like that because it's not like I can get a head fake at the point of attack. But if he's just beating me up at the line of scrimmage,
I mean, go ahead, I gotta get inside of him now on that release stuff.
well, no, I mean, if he's head up and I come like this and he closes down on me, I can then go up because I know what the coverage is. You know, I can read it. This release, maybe I'm not good. This release is more for determining coverage, you know, rather than coming straight up. We like to do this to help us with the coverage. starts to bang us around, we stay here, he's coming here on a trail now. We discussed this a lot. Some receivers rather run this to get themselves open, others like to run this. So at the start of the season, I let him decide. You're gonna go burst out, or you're gonna go corner on 67 versus man. Whichever guy likes to throw it. That's, I don't know how to respond to that question. That's usually a question I ask, you know, how to shake a good, tough bump and run guy. I don't know. I mean, other than you gotta use some athletic skill to get yourself open. But this is not done other than to determine coverage. I mean, the inside release is just to help us decide how to coverage. So if we're getting smacked around, if I take a step and getting smacked around, I don't have to deal with them. I don't have to insist on going in. I can now shake it, take it out. Okay? 5 and a hitch. 5 and a hitch. We'll let him get away with 7 if he wants to. If he thinks he can get away with 7 steps. We would still rather stay with 5 and a hitch step. Deeper route. I'll get him the other way. Deeper route. First call against too deep man or zone. The coaching point we use is we tell, this guy really on a 2 cover doesn't take it down the middle of the field. We have him cheat to the side of so that the safety is on his rear end, so that he can throw him to the hole, and so that he doesn't have to catch the ball and get smacked in the nose. And then we try to read it. We would prefer, we don't definitively pick a side for this guy to throw on, but he knows that he has this look. He can make a little easier decision because he sees these 2 guys a little closer to one another. You know, it's easy for him to decide which side of the field to go on. Okay, cover 3, the read is exactly the same as 64. In other words, the rolling here, he's coming here, the coming here, he's coming here. Same stuff. Okay? Okay. Now, the other one that we like to do is do that against the Longhorns
Probably rather successful.
a lot.
That day.
Everything worked that day.
Okay? This is, for the longest time, I'm telling Jack, for the longest time on our sheet of paper in the red zone, this was our only call. It was our only call because the teams were playing man, you know, coming after you now, they're laying back and playing zone, doing all this fancy stuff. We take him on the post, we take him and we tell him, you're responsible for the depth of the route. Okay? We tell this guy, you're responsible for the mesh of the route. That's it. Since we don't pick anybody, all we do is tell a cube, okay? We tell a cube, you watch the mesh occur. You watch the mesh occur. The mesh occurs, somebody pops it, let them have the ball. Okay? If the free safety is involved in the underneath coverage, here's one. If the free is free, bang it. Forget about the post, you're not gonna get it. Come to the mesh. It's a man route. If we get screwed up and called it wrong, and they're in a zone, as I come back, I see zone right now, I turn to the double cut back and I throw it out. Because there's a tendency that for strong safeties to hang, you know, and then break. So just get the ball out here. Forget it, we screwed up, we got the wrong call, wrong time. We'll take what we can get and we'll come back.
How deep is that post?
Post 10 to 12 is in the throw post, yeah, maybe. Yep. There's a multitude of ways to run this route, in my mind. And I don't know if you guys have do it like, this would be our favorite call. This call, when we get this call, this is the one exception to our rule about being an inside guy or an outside guy, where you're aligned on the field. This call, the tight end is responsible for the depth, the X is responsible for the mesh. So if we align like this, we still take X and Y on the mesh. I'm glad I remember that, okay? Where you align on the field does not matter in this call. You just run the route that we call, okay? Then we send him on the post. So we also send him on a corner. So we go 62Z corner, red right slot, 62Z corner. Yeah. He loves that route.
We remember that route.
And then what we like to do is go like this. Look, the possibilities are only left to your creativity. Now we go red, right, switch, zing, we call this. He comes down. He still has the crossing route. We go post to corner. So we get now, if we come this way, we get that guy leaning. Now when he comes up, he's got to straighten his hips and come here. Now we can lean and go corner. We like to run it that way. Or we like to run it, I'll do it, I'll still go back if you want. And then we like to run, if we go 62 Z cross, then we go like this. Now Z runs the crossing route, and X runs the post. Or we like to go 62 Z cross X corner. We bring him down, run him on the cross, run him on the corner. You know, you can do whatever you want. The San Diego Chargers' favorite route, because of the formation they run, they do it like this. They go down what we call orange. They do it like this. They run him on the crossing route, him on the crossing route. They send him on the post and they go. Yeah, that's their favorite route. So we go 62H up, which you know what that would be. Or you can do it all the slot corners. You know, it just, you know, like I said, when we used to run it, we used to, on the plus in the red zone calls, we had them all like this, 62 this, 62 that. I mean, a whole list of 62s. They're all basically this idea. Crossing the tight end and the X receiver, and send the other guy on the post.
You always got the fullback as an automatic jump off in case you
In case we screwed up the call against the Cavaliers. On our sheet that we talked about, the first time, this is a man 3 column, 62. 69 inches the other column. That's the only 2 calls you can go to. Like that one, anytime he had a chance to do this, he loved this route because it soon pops into the, if there's any hesitation, we got a guy. Now teams started to overrun this route. Teams started to overrun this a little bit. When they didn't see this happen, this corner would run, and we just call 62 return. Yeah.
When did they return?
We tell them,
What's the coaching point on that?
we tell them to grab hands, to hold hands. So we come across, and if we were able to hold hands,
Return.
We call it smash.
yeah,
We did, but we
yeah,
don't smash.
yeah. Yeah, that's the, yeah, this is kind of a smash job anyway right there. So we run this, you know, we'll run this later on in the season. Initially we run Federate also. And that's it. That's it. We've gone over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we haven't gone over 5. 5 is today. 5 is today, I'm sorry.
That's kind of a lot, 65.
That's what you asked me. I like to go with that. I enjoy that. Okay? So that's 2 and 7. And I'm sure you're sitting there going, yeah. But remember, I said it's very common sense, sensical, I hope. Okay, 65 is put in this day also. That's the third day call. So we got 2, 7, and 5 on the third session. 65 is run, that's what you saw, I think, Coach, isn't it? Yeah. The first couple, but like I said, those things are a little screwed up. If we were to, and field stretch, which was 3. We go with a weak side stretch, which was 9. 5 is a strong side stretch. Okay? We take him here. We take him here. Take him on a flat. Take him on a rip. Now, if we were to diagram, if we had chalk lines on the field, we tell this guy to get right to this point here. Right to the point where those deep thirds meet is where we want you to sit. I think I've got it a little too deep. But where these imaginary thirds meet, where the defenders have those imaginary thirds, that's where we want you to sit. We coach it as high. Stay high.
You mean stay high?
Up the field. There's a tendency, I think a lot of people run this more like a triple level like that.
Yeah.
And we, in our oblique ways, want it to be more like that. So stick up the field, not out. That makes sense.
Is he setting now?
That's it. I'm trying to say. Just come on and find it. You saw it. I don't know if you saw it there. He just turned like this because he saw a hole in the set. Yeah, now, I'll get to the man in a second, okay? The read is very simple. 1, 2, 3. But as I look at 2, coach, as I'm coming, as I eyeball 2, we tell him if you see color flash. In other words, if you see the free safety saying, oh, geez, I recognize that coverage, and starts to jump it, then and only then can you get the ball loose. As I come back, I'm not concerned about, but I'm coming, I eyeball the tight end, I see somebody flash over, I know who it is. If it's another color, I know it's got to be the 3. Now I can turn and throw the post if I want to throw that. If not, forget the post. If not, forget it. The post is done, the whole piece. Okay? 65. This is not an easy point to find on the field, I don't think. I think this takes work. Okay? I think most teams, like I said, a lot of teams run a three-level look like this, with a 3 levels like this. We do not do it that way. We do ours, like I said earlier. Okay, now it's man. Now it's
Rich, one first thing, you gotta say the tone. Say that point's hard to find on the field. Well, where is it? How deep is that?
It's usually about 15. I would guess anywhere from 15 to 18. And we actually have our guys turn and just want to get through. But the only time I'll harsh is if you go out like this. I don't want them out here. I'd rather have it here.
Yeah.
And then if I turn, say I'm the right hand, and I come out like this, and I just turn like this, let the QB, let the quarterback throw me open. In other words, let me have my shoulders squared. Let him throw me open. So if it's open there and he sees it, I can slide over here. So if I'm making myself clear. So if I'm running around like this, and he wants to throw me there, I can't get there. I would rather you come here and actually turn your body like this. Now you can throw me wherever you want. That makes sense.
What if he started out there and now all of a sudden that's halves? That's not thirds, they're in halves.
They're in halves, and the cube has to think here. There's gonna be a hole there, right? Sure.
So he'll throw him open.
No, he's gonna look at this.
Oh, the Z's going up.
Right. On the strong side, he's got to make the decision as soon as.
Yeah, if it's cover 2 and he runs here, we're staying here.
Yep.
If he's staying here, and against a roll weak that has quarter-quarter, this is real tough to run. I don't think it's good to run, but if you just see a normal coverage or a strong side coverage on his elbow, that's 1 for him. This is 1, that's 2, that's 3. I'm sorry.
It's a route, they're still gonna run that route. It's a quarterback,
Yeah.
just gonna throw him into this way.
That's where he was going last night.
Yeah. The peak guy obviously always won, right? We always take a peak one, but we don't have a guy that could open one. We finally had a guy last year that ran track. That could get open, but he couldn't catch the ball.
We think we got one of those.
Yeah.
He goes along with fast muscles.
I guess, fast money. And you know, with the Pro Scouts, I mean, that's the only guy that interested. And he could, I mean, okay, now this man, if it's man, now, everything else stays the same. What we tell this guy now, is you come, you can do 2 things. Try to line yourself, and it's either a corner drag or a drag. And now, he's here, this is one and only one. And you've got to get open now. We don't have a chance anyplace else against me. Okay? In addition to that route, there's a lot of addition to this route. But maybe you can see how we develop the play. Like we talked about last night, if we see something happening like this, where these guys are taking it away, say obviously we're going to read the strong safety, but if this guy, our team lets this guy take away this sail ball, then we're going to do two things. The adjustment we're going to make is 65 or 65F on an angle, where we'll bring him here to think that he's coming in and duck him back in here, or we'll go 65, what we call go hot. Terms don't probably mean much, but that's what we try to do is 65 go hot. In that situation, if we see a defense, the defense handling it that way, then what we'd like to do is do this. Run 65, but we hot it on this side, so we got to, again, we point to the W, and in order to hold him, we shoot him down the field quicker. Now, if Mike runs here, we drag this guy across into that, where Mike is. So for us, it's the same call, backside we change it to go hot. So we still have this triangle, and we have this triangle. I'm trying to make it play with the teams that try to take the inside, the sail ball away with the inside. The inside defense are the most.
It's pretty hard to take away, though, if we're throwing to an open area.
Yeah.
Because he's turned around and he's adjusted to the ball, so if Mike's right in front of him,
He can throw it away. Exactly right. And even when we practice this route, we call this a sail. This is a sail for us, a zone 5. We call it a sail. The quarterbacks, without defenders, have a tendency to sing it to them. I make sure we make it, put a little air under that thing. It's not going to necessarily, if you have a chance to sing it in there, but a lot of times you're going to have to go over something. You're just going to put a little bit of air onto it so you get it easy. Big time play for us. Big time play. So we got 65, we got 65 at angle, we got 65 go hot, and now if we wanted to run, Ted, what you were talking about earlier, where we ran 65 on an H option, 69 on an H option like this, now we go 65F. These would amount to the same thing. This oblique right here, and this oblique right there. So if we do have an F guy that can run an option route, or we see him covered, I think you saw this on the film some, then we'll go 65F option. To get us the same look with a better option route runner. Or we'll do it this way to get a wideout involved, and then we have a real good wideout that couldn't make the ball of any place else. Then we'll come out in this formation. For us, this is orange, and orange 65. Now he goes up, he goes on the sail. And he has to get it. That's the one you put in the game. That's the one you saw in the game. So that's the wideout. This is the wideout. Yeah. Taking inches. So again, hopefully it starts to come into focus a bit. We try to do it because it fits our personnel scheme. Because we don't have it. We sound like we're simple. We cannot get that personnel you gotta have. We just can't. We get this no way. So we're gonna put them in a position that's gonna give us a chance. And this guy for us is usually the starting C. He's the starting C. He always plays the H on a 3 wide receiver set, and we put somebody else in. Yeah, next to the at C, and put the starting Z at H. Because we like to run this formation at time. That's 7, 9. 8 is our game plan one. I mean, if we see something that he was gonna do and we come up, make up a route, we'll call that 68. And we'll tell the kids that if we call 68, you have to listen to the descriptive terms after that. Because one week they may be 68 this, next week they may be 68 that. There's a lot of 68s, but the description after 68 tells us what that call is.
We call that in the huddle.
Yeah, 68 double, I'll show you.
Description is telling everybody what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay? Let me show you a 168 that we like to run, and then we'll do whatever you want.
Right, that's Chris.
Okay. We like this only because it helps us against cover. We call it, and we ran this against Miami a ton. I'm not trying to impress you by saying all that. We send, he goes corner, he runs that little smash, he goes corner, he runs a little smash, he runs right down the pipe. When I told you about our audible system, if it's too deep, the two calls are 67 and 68 double shell, what we call 68 double shell.
Double what?
Double shallow. Double shallow. We call these guys shallow guys. Okay? And you can see, Fritz, it's obvious why we run it. Cover 2, we get this happening. Cover 3, we just work ourselves back down. So we got the shallow business going. Man, we got the shallow coming under. It's kind of an all-purpose route, but if we're uncertain what's going on, we'll run it. We like it for this reason, and I don't know if these guys will agree with me, but what happens is this guy comes, and Sarah there in cover 2. This guy's coming here like this, and he goes corner. And I mean, that's what he sees. He sees this guy going corner, so he can cheat a little bit out there. And if he cheats here, this guy comes a little bit later, because he has to check the protection. Boom, all of a sudden here he comes. So if I'm looking at it on film and we're running it right, it happens like this, and whack, he comes the fullback. So we kick it to him at about 12. We beat Miami with this call. We were playing pro and really battling. Our defensive guys are playing their butts off. We can't move the ball. We run this. Sure enough, that safety jumps this, and we had a little fullback that got lost in the shuffle and turned it over to the score. The 68 double shell. We like this a lot. 2 deep. 1, 2, 3. 3 deep. Get your stretch going up this. Man, turn. Get yourself open. Shallows for us are getaways. Shallows for us are getaways. And that's it. You can talk, I mean, a couple other things, but that's the system that we have in, and it's in a day and a half.
Did you ever run that with one back?
Yeah, we'll do everything with one back. But again, we gotta talk protection stuff, yeah? What I would do, if given my brothers, I'd run it like this. We got help in that, we call this tray. Because sometimes back here you get really mangled and it takes too long.
Yeah.
If he gets up here, he checks his protection, now he does.
Day 2, session 2.
Day 2, session 2, that's why I asked about the blitz, because we do see a lot of it. And we've always felt like it was imperative that we get this secondary blitz checks in by the second day of practice, or at least by the third day of practice, because we really get jacked around with it and stuff a lot. And I think if I start out with that, and then go to our 3-step, it would make more sense. We have if we see a secondary blitz, we do 2 different things. And we are seeing a ton of this stuff. Which I don't know if you see it. We see a lot of this stuff anymore. An 8-man look. When we talked yesterday, initially, we have this guy read these 3 guys. The strong outside, the strong safety, the strong corner. We have this guy looking at the weak corner, the weak outside. this happening, if we anticipate this happening, and it's a situation where we can make a play where it's not 3rd and 10 or something, we will automatically, we call it a sight adjustment. If a strong safety hits, this guy will break off his route and do this guy does that. Okay? We take a 3-step play, we're squishing everything down, and we'll throw the ball out. We'll make this play right here. Okay, that's our automatic sight adjustment with a secondary blitz. You say anything? No, quarterback doesn't say anything different? No. It just has to, we have to, all three of them have to see it. All three of them have to see it. But they've had their eyes on him the whole time anyway. I mean, like I said, initially, that's what he's got to look at. Okay, now, if they're in any kind of, cover 2 or rolling backside with them, but yeah, we require them to do that on the move, strong safety blitz.
You said automatic sight.
We call it a sight adjustment. Okay. We get screwed around with it so much that we really feel like I said earlier, we got to get there. Now, if you start to fool us a little bit by bringing him and locking him up here, or whatever, like I said last night, we were kind of rushing through it, but this, if there's a threat here, our eyes come up here. Okay, our eyes get back to him. Now, if he stays in the middle, there's some kind of man free or whatever, and they're going to try to force us into a side adjustment there, then we're going to play. We're going to play because this guy say he has him, as he checks back, he picks him, and we still have a shot at him. Okay, you have to rush the 8 guys. Now, we may get fooled on this, but we'll make the adjustment in the course of the game. And if we get fooled with it once, hopefully we won't get fooled with it again. Because if this guy threatens, our eyes come here. Now, if the 3 moves over, there's a good chance they're going to get on the blitz, right? Then we will side adjust it. Okay, that's one of the things we'll do. And the same idea on the 3 now. If the 3 starts fooling around here, if he starts screwing around here, then he will go on the side adjustment on that side. Okay? Okay, now, the other thing we like to do is if you do get us, like Jack was talking about at lunch, if you get us on a 3rd and 8 and all of a sudden hit the strong safety blitz, now the quarterback has to take responsibility. Now the quarterback
Behind you.
It's back here, right?
so now if we see this 3rd and 8 and we see this guy cheating over here, now we'll make what we call a stay call. So the quarterback will come out and he'll check. What he likes to check to is 67 stay. So what we have, I'll go over these. We have 3 calls. Okay? Those are the stay calls that we have. Okay, now the stay call tells this guy he has to stay home, and obviously the fullback is home. This guy, the tight end, has the outside of the 2 rushers. The fullback has the inside of the 2 rushers. So we block these 2, block those 2, he blocks here, he blocks here. He has the inside, and the tight end has the outside of the 2 rushers. Then we just treat it man for man out here, run comebacks, and 67 stay. Okay? If we get fooled, we like to run 67 stay because we still got a chance to make a play on a comeback. The reason we like 63 stay and 62 stay is because we always have a guy on the post. So if we got a 63 stay, if he's cheating over here, strong safety's coming, we run 63 stay, this guy has a post. And what we tell the receiver on the opposite side of the guy running the post is you just got to take off. You just go. So this for us would have been 63. Him on the post, he on the post cross. Now we tell him, if it's a stay call, you just got to up. So we got a guy on the post against the corner with nobody down the deep yet, right? Because the trees jumped over here to help out there. If we get in that, we want to do it the other way. And if you remember, we had 62 where he came here, he had the post. Now we say, we go 62 stay, you got the post, and you got the up. Stay on everybody else. So we have a post by either guy and comebacks, and that's our secondary blitz checks. Okay? Now, the reason we have to block it that way is that we get a lot of this. We get a lot of this stuff. Not a lot, but we get him coming in there. So if we had assigned the fullback, the stud, and the tight end, the strong safety, we get all messed up in there. So we say, you have the outside of the two rushes now, so you've got him, strong safety coming in here. That makes sense. So that's our stay call against the secondary blitz, as opposed to side adjustment. So we practice this daily. We practice this daily. But first, if we don't, we practice this now, when we're into the second day, that's when we'll practice, when we implement our offense, since we got the 60 stuff, we'll spend time with this. And then when we go to team, what I'm trying to say is when we go to team, the first 15 minutes of team will be blitz pickup with the entire team. And we fool this. Okay? So we always want, some teams have come up and played us like this. With the strong safety over here and nickel here. We will still block away. We'll always block. We have a saying, stay away. The center will always stay away from the tight end. So he'll always block away from the tight end, and we'll treat this nickel by game plan. I won't do us that.
You do this, blitz pickup period against the preparation team?
Yeah.
Or against your
Against the preparation. Our team, we go a long team. Our kids don't like it. So we go at least 15 minutes of team every day. And then we break it down to 15 minutes of blitz, anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes of goal line and red zone. And then whatever's left is when we actually go team with the run and the speed and all that kind of stuff. Okay. But this, I don't know if you guys see much, but this is very, very critical for us in our minds. We really have to be effective doing this in order to make our offense.
When you say in a study, now, you just said maximum protect.
Yeah, it's always, but what we're doing is we're telling the tight end that he's staying. That's why we use the word stay. Tight end stay.
So the linebacker did not, and the inside linebacker, the fullback, did he just help?
You just help. You just help. Yeah. Yeah, you just help. And that's why, like, if you left it up to Ty, to Dedman, he would only come with this play. That's the only stay call he liked to use because he didn't like you guys, he didn't like the defense jacking us around and fooling us, see? So if he comes to 63 stay, all of a sudden that three runs back to the deep middle. We got a post and we got a street, we don't have anywhere to go with the ball. So now if you jack around with us, we still maximum protected. But we got this one. We got a shot. Now we have a chance to make it. So that's why we like to do it. That's why Severn State, given his brothers, would be the only call he'd make. First of all, he didn't like the state call at all. And he wouldn't, we go into games, the majority of the time when we're saying, hey, you're gonna have to get after it. We're gonna sight adjust before we make a state call. If we make a state call and you fool us, we really have a tough time making plays. Unless we have the comeback call. So we may run 4 or 5 sight adjustments until you pick us up. And then we'll come back with the state call. Philosophically, that's what we do. Now, we'll change the side adjustment during the course of the game. So you won't see the same side adjustment from us. We'll go like this. We'll go like that. And then we'll go like that. Those are the 3 side adjustments. In fact, that's what makes Tidevma such a good player. One game we're going, this is 53, we'll get into that in a second. This is 53, this is 51. One game I remember saying, all right, Todd, it's changing from 3 to 1. He said, already not that much. We lose that much ahead of us. So we just grab everybody from the boundary to the sideline and say, all right, the side adjustment is now 51 and not 53 or 58 or whatever. So that you can't get beat on. Free safety blitz check now is when we utilize our 70 visits. If we see some kind of free safety look, I don't know. And if we starts diddling around in here, or W starts coming, 3 starts coming here, tight end home here, when the back's here 70, they come over here. Now, he has the outside and he has the inside. All we've done is switch roles between the back and the tight end. So if they're in some kind of blitz, like this, or something like this, and he has the inside of the two, he has the outside. And we're still protected. Okay. So 70. We go through each one of these blitz checks.
Would still say 77 stay.
77 stay. Yeah. Now we're coming, that fits in with what we talked about earlier. The tight end stays home. These guys work themselves weak because they're over with us weak side. He has the outside of the two rushers. He has the inside of the two rushers. And off we go. Actually, for us, because we line up like this is F, this is H. So the F always, when we're in red, the F had the inside, now the F has the outside. H has the inside.
The center didn't have someone on him, was blocked opposite.
Yeah, away.
Away.
Away. Okay.
Away from the stay, or away from the two guys that are blocking it in and out? Away from the two.
Away from the, pardon me? Away from the two guys. The two guys going there. Whichever way the two guys going, he's staying away from that guy. I'm surprised that, maybe you don't see it, but we see this kind of garbage a lot.
When you're working on this, do you just go ahead and call it what you want in the huddle and then make the defense?
Yes.
You're not going to line of scrimmage and report back, calling it up there.
No, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We got, our preparation team is handled, the prep secretary is handled by a graduate assistant guy, and so I script what I need him to see, and then we just come up. In fact, our quarterbacks know every time I call 66 that watch out, because there's a blitz coming. I just say right 66. Get up to the line and figure this thing out, and then they have to make the adjustment. If they don't, and I give them, the script includes the down and distance, because if it's third and 2, I'd rather set it this. Because if you fool us, we just run our play. But if it's third and 8, we'd rather stay calling. So the situation really matters to us. That makes sense. But we do spend a lot of time with this. A ton of time on blitz pickup. And try to incorporate all the various things that go on. The toughest one that we have to deal with now is the weak corner.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, our eyes are never up on him, and it's usually done, the only hope we have is that we recognize that we're in the boundary. But this stuff really hurts us. That stuff really gets us. But what we talk about now is that if the free safety hangs here, we throw a little hitch. If the free safety moves over, we'll hitch and go like that. And all we gotta hope for is this guy yells loud enough that, for the most part, our guys head go here, and then we snap the ball, and they gotta go here, and go back. And it has to go back here, but we don't generally do that. So if the team has a tendency to corner blitz, we'll emphasize it more. And if we don't, if they catch us, then hopefully we'll just get the ball, because it's got such a long way to come before we get this stuff. Okay? And to go along with that, now comes our three-step game. That's, we're into the afternoon of the second day, right? Our three-step game is, I'm sure just like everybody else's three-step game. And our three-step game is actually not even a three-step. Our three-step game is this. A hop game. We call it a three-step, but all we're doing is hopping. Do this. That's 53 for us. he has to get into this right now to make him think that, somebody's coming back to him. And when the guy comes back to him, this guy thinks he's coming here. Okay, that's our three-step method. I know what you're thinking. We'll hop it on these, and then on the other. We'll definitely take three distinct steps. This one takes a little longer. This one takes a little longer. This one takes a little longer. So I will go one more. Screw you guys, Jack. You press us, we come with this.
Right, so do we.
And if you bail out, if you crowd and bail, that ain't it. And that's our three-step game. Like to run it, the way we do it, I don't know, you ever run 53 steps with three guys? Or you run your basic game with two guys? The way we do ours, we come out like this, okay, which is a formation that we like to use. If we say 53, okay, for example, I don't know, I might have gone screwed you up on it, but if we say 53, we call it round and loosey. We say, we come out, this for us would be orange, left, 53 round. Okay, what we're saying is the fullback has to come right. Okay, backside guy knows he has to stay home, so we get the protection. If we say 53 Ronda, this is what we're doing. Okay? Now, if we come out and we say orange right, 53 Ronda double, now what we're saying is we include the third guy in the route. If we describe it, if we say double, we mean this now.
What was the third guy doing in his run?
Just block it. Just protect it. Yeah. Okay? Absolutely like this, right? Okay, so what we really like to run, and this we like this on first down, it's like we were talking at lunch. We like 56 round the double. We really like that because we feel like it pushes everything up. And what we really would like to do in there is go hum the, what we call hum the orange, where we get you like this. And sometimes if they forget to kick it out, we just condition the ball right there. So we will, I don't know if you guys do much three receiver three steps?
Well, I don't, we've done some, we haven't done the whole lot.
We really like, I think this is basically running shoot. I think this is basically running shoot. I kind of am infatuated with this. We'll do this a lot to you too. Come on like this. Motion him across. That's a first down call. These are the first down play calls. So if we say 53, it means two receivers. If we say 53 and add a description to it, double, that's three receivers.
Okay, personnel-wise, that's the one on the bottom you got there. The remaining backs in the backfield, that's usually H.
That's usually F.
That's usually F, okay. H, if we substitute for it, is it go ahead and be,
Well, yeah, that's a good question. The way, this may be confusing, but this is the way we try to do it. This is a formation for us. Okay, which is run roads. Exact same information, but now this is H, and that is E. Okay? The reason we have to have it that way is what we like to do, like the 49ers. They line up like this, and then they motion him out.
That's real good against teams that flip-flop their corners, isn't it, Jack? Isn't it?
And what you like to get is initially, if teams go corner here, now hopefully you got a little bit of a mismatch if you don't see that well. So that's the same formation and the same mental mindset, but we got different folks. Okay? Makes sense? See, then what we like to do is we tell our Qs that you always have to have, we always want the backside protected and the front side protected. So wherever we're gonna go, and like in this situation, if we come out and we say pink right, we say pink right, 53 Lucy. Okay, 53 Lucy means we're going like this, but he sees something, and he sees man's one-on-one coverage here with nobody back behind, and he wants to go 53 Rhonda, we change it to Rhonda, but it's up to him. We'll go check, Rhonda, or opposite. We'll come like this, but now he, prior to the snap the ball, he just gotta say, hey, get down here. So we bring him in here, so we'll always have the backside protected and the front side. We'll just bring him down, we'll just motion him down, move him down, not even motion. We go pink right, 53 Lucy, these guys know that if we change it to Rhonda, or we use opposite, then he's gotta get himself back down and he's going to the backside touch. This is one of our favorite early calls in the game too, just to get us started. We'll go hum the roads right, 56 Rhonda. Hum the roads right, he hits it up, he goes like this. I'm sorry, it's hummed, for us that's close. So anyway, this is what we try to get done. So we can get this in. Now, if we see him laying way back because it's a strong safety and not a corner or something, it gives us a chance to look at this because later on in the ball game we may want to say we want to see the sides. That's how we try to formulate what we're doing. Try to do all the practice. multiple set type group, and we run a lot of formations. This helps us. The formations help us on the 50 throws, I think more than the formations help us on the 60 throws. 60 throws, I think this was, we used to argue about this all the time. I remember Doug Scobie used to come out and always say, we're not a big motion team. I think there's two schools of thought. When Wally was here with us, he said, I went down to Thousand Oaks with Dallas and actually photocopied when they were moving, you know, all that set, move, and all that stuff. They let me photocopy that part of their playbook. And we copied that verbatim. We took it home, and we came out, and on set we did this. We called one a shift and one a hitch, so we'd always have two motions. We go set, boom. Two swings, and boom, we move again. And there was two schools of thought. Prior to that, when we had Doug Scobie here, he never wanted to do that, which is what we've adopted too, I think. His idea was, I'd rather line up, you line up, now we'll take our chances. If we're motioning and shifting all the time, we may screw you up. But if you're screwed up, you're screwing us up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't know where
We don't know where you're gonna be,
We
yeah.
don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, we don't know what you're doing, so we would rather come out and just line up, flat out come out and line up. Now, you tell us what you're doing, because you don't have to make all the adjustments. I think there's two schools of thought.
Yeah.
And we really like the latter. I mean, we like to just line up in our 62 respect. Give us a hint of what you think you really want, and we'll try to thank you. 3 steps, we're not really concerned with what you're doing. We're in one guy trying to get the ball off, so just a little bit more motion.
What's the backside guy do on the team? You never throw it to him, but.
No, quick post. Quick post. Always on a quick post. We can run a lot, run some mirrored stuff. 56, we may hit him up. We'll change it around. But he'll never be right. He'll never get the ball. This is really a nice game. This combination is really helping us. You know, because we read one guy, if you're rolling weak all the time, coming over here, we'll just run a 2-man route like that. This guy better break something, take that away. If he takes it out here, you get a shot.
First and 7.
But that's our 3-step game, fair. Not very productive, not productive, just kind of easy to teach. Work on it probably more than we use it. These two we use more than we will. Our running back guy really likes this, so he always keeps me going. He likes, you know, he's always, what about this, what about this? He likes this little call here, like I said, especially with a weak side rotation. Okay, good, that's our 3-step stuff.
Just ended day 2.
Just ended day 2.
Now, we've talked about this day 1, day 2, 4 practices, as if you hadn't put on any running play. Now, is that truth, or are you doing some running?
Well, we join the team, we have running plays. We do have running plays, but keep in mind,
I know you only run that.
yeah, we only run 2-4.
You only run with a set up pass.
Yeah, but and we really only have, when we have our run game, we have a sweep, and we have that little draw trap, and we have a little counter. And we have a weak side sweep, you know, we can go all that. That's what our run game will look like. So, what I'm saying, that's how we implement it in, and then we're halfway joshing, but that's during our period. Now, when we get up with Roger, when we get up with the line, this is, you know, then the emphasis is here. The emphasis is obviously here after we get through this. But for that hour and a half, or hour and 15 when I'm without the line guys, and that's what we do. When we get to the line guys, it's all in. Okay?
What do you like to do in this quick stuff on the goal line? Like for these patterns, or do you just try to do this right here?
Yeah, but that's a good, let me go to another route, then I'll combine, I'll respond to your question, okay? We really like this thing into the bond. We got this from Arizona State. I don't know if you guys use this, you like this at all. And then we'll come back, get that, because I think it will make more sense then. We line up in some type of formation like this into the boundary, okay? If you're rolling this business strong side, if you got some kind of strong rotation in the field, you're a field type guy, you like to, then we run what we call 66 F scat. Scat means hot for us. If we're halfback, we're hot. If we're fullback, we're scatting. Okay. All we do is take this guy on the inside release. Because of the hot ball. Because of the hot ball. Right? If he comes, we can't block him. Okay? Now, say they just get back from the coverage. He turns here and sits right in here. This guy is on a scat release, what we call a scat release. He goes 5 and 5 from the boundary. He just sits right here. This guy sits right over the ball. This guy goes over. We have had more success because of the fact that we're now able to come back into the boundary with a football play than anything else we've done. This has really, really been an effective play for us.
This one you said the new hash marks is even gonna make it
And
better?
the new hash marks are really going to help us with this. So I think my own selfish feeling is that hash marks are obviously going to help the offense better than you know. We got this from Arizona State, and we have been running it ever since. Now they're in man, okay? They're in man, but they're going to stay strong safety in the corner here. We tell this guy as you step down, you see that corner disappear. It's man. We'll head right up the field. Okay? Now this guy, his job is to here, he can put a little move on now, and he comes back like that. That's a man route as opposed to a zone route. Which is moving. That's the scat. Absolutely have good success with, I'm not trying to brag on you, but because, number one, it is so blasted simple, okay? It is so simple to run that it's hard to screw it up.
Halfback blocking on both of these?
Yeah, halfback has no protection. Now, if they get out here quick enough and this guy covers him, this is the third look. So we go outside in on here. 1, 2, and 3. Let's go. We're holding him in. If it's man, we pick him up. If it's zone, we just sit and cause that vertical stretch to the left that we're talking about. Try to make it play there. Really, really like this call. We call it 66 F scat because it's technically 66. Okay, now let me go once to respond to the question that if we get down in that red zone and we're on a 5 and it's still 2nd and 5 and we know the guy's going to make us kick a field goal, then that's the two. The calls we would make would be something like this, where we would go, this bus is picked right, we'd actually bring him over, and then we'd come like this, and do that, or we cheat him, I'm sorry, I did that wrong, we got him here, or we cheat him over here, and run this now, and if you run your corner over, then we'll come back with that little scat route. Those are the two calls we like, in combination one with the other. In fact, this is our two-point play package. And see, if you run that corner over, I think you're man shy trying to get out of here, because who has him now? It's him, right? Keep the low one going.
Especially if that tight end accidentally
Accidentally
bumps him.
We've scored 2-point play we did against White, where he is all alone because they just happen to have a little collision.
biceps on that?
Well, yeah, but it's a real quick fire.
Real quick
It's a
fire,
real
let it go.
quick fire, yeah. This, for us, this side would be a three-step, and that side would be a five. We would call this 53 right double, we'd call that 66, or scat. So, you know, he would change his feet, obviously, 60 fast to go five, but it's a really quick fire. We don't, and at this stage, we don't, you know, I hear so many teams that try to take that big, long first step, and try to come on the third go long. Our stuff is real just kind of rhythmic, if you will. It's not, we don't get any great shakes depth-wise. We just kind of go, that kind of stuff. And we really feel like we got the ball. We cannot pass the depth long enough to be able to really work hard on getting that depth. We just get back there and set up. You know, we just can't win that two good ones. That guy at A&M, absolutely sure. Okay? And that's our game. That's our throwing game other than play action and the dash business. Which we can either go or go on with the running stuff.
Mayor? I'm gonna go in,
You don't? Not even a draw track.
No, what I'd like to ask you is two or three things.
Sure.
First thing is, do you really work on how that quarterback's gonna take the ball, how he's gonna get out from under that center, or is everybody an individual, and you just kinda let them go out the way that, best way they can, and this kind of thing?
I think that's a legitimate question, and I don't want this to sound like a cop-out, but
Because I know you won't get out of there fast, and I know that much, but
we do not spend enough time with footwork and taking it easy, taking. And again, I always go back to my guy, because I think there was so much of him. Doug Scoville always said that when a quarterback comes to us, we're gonna improve his feet, his hips, and his eyes. We're never gonna improve his throwing motion, okay? So, in response to the question, we give them a ton of freedom in how to, in individual picking. And that's all there is to it. Because his feeling was, and I totally concur, is if I step back, I don't want to be worried now. I gotta get this, my foot, I gotta get this foot here, I gotta get this foot here. We want him to be thinking, now, geez, which guy am I supposed to look at? How am I supposed to make my read? And this part is just rolls to them. So we've had quarterbacks coached that have false steps in the wrong. We've had quarterbacks that, the guy now likes to take this step back. You know, he's been taught in high school to keep it like this, so he can come this way. Yeah, in answer to your question, we do not spend a ton of time on individual picking. Now, we do a little bit, obviously, to make sure that we're in sync. But not as much as say, some teams do that are so precise and so distinct in what they're doing. That's just an easy cop-out answer. Even our receivers, some say the ball comes up and go like this, the ball comes down, your thumbs out. That's what you say, kiss this last thing. Because when the ball is coming, I don't want to be, now, do I keep my thumbs in or do I keep my thumbs out? I want to know, hey, I got to kiss this ball. So we do not know. Now, that may be an easy answer, but that's honest to goodness truth. In fact, we've even had to change, you know how you motion, when you go motion, you do this? Our guy now likes it like this, so when we go motion, I make him nod like this. Because I don't want, that guy's got to go like this. So that guy can see it. But I'm not going to adjust this yet. I don't feel like we need to do that. Because if he's comfortable, we're comfortable. Is that a wrong answer? Is that absolutely your thought?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I let a lot of quarterbacks do a good job, but they do it a little bit different. So I haven't really, but that
we got guys like Steve Young came in and he was an option guy. So we could mold it the way we wanted to mold it. But we got a guy now, who was an All-American guy in high school, I don't think we're gonna change him. So it's good, I'm not gonna try to change him. I mean, he's good enough as it is, obviously. And then we got, Robbie Bosco had the worst, he did this all the time. You know, kind of said, we never fooled him. Yeah. So we just never fooled him. Now, I don't know whether that's the right or the wrong answer, but technique-wise, we do not spend probably enough time because we just want him here. I don't care. We do try to work now, 5 steps out, we want you at 7, 3 steps, you know, we joke, we talk like that, but, no. I mean, that's the question, we let them go the way that, just like the guys down here, I'm not changing to get up here. I don't care what you do, when crunch time comes, he's gonna do it the way he does.
Rex was not, you know, we didn't really much drop back in high school. It was more of a, way back, went outside, and I don't know how much true drop back people y'all get, but we don't start it. We don't see this get a whole lot of it. That's the reason I asked that question, kind of where they started. How do y'all take the flip-flops? I mean, how does the center?
It's just that natural turn, that natural move. So that's just
One hand, and you have, does he have both
One
hands on the
one
wall,
hand.
or one hand on the ground?
Just one hand on the ball. The other hand, actually, we're almost rigged back. And that's why we have such a hard time going forward. Just the one hand is up on this. So you have trouble going forward, and you put your going backwards.
And you all, you said y'all came out to understand, you have a command that sets you down,
That's
talk
another.
about from the huddle, now you're all in, the line and everybody in a 2-point stand. But then, when you,
Yeah, if you watched us closely, and like I said, I hesitate because you're probably not, this is different from what, but actually, our linemen are allowed to be in a 2-point. So you may see us, this guy may be in a 2, this guy may be in a 3, this guy may be in a 3, this guy may be, they're allowed to do whatever they want.
on a running play, and when you don't set them down.
I mean, we come up, our cadence is 227, 227 set, and on set, they're supposed to go down.
Yeah.
Okay, they come out like this, set, they go down. But if I don't want to go down, I don't have to. On set, I just stay here. I mean, I'll let tackle this. Right? Take care of that rush guy that you all have.
If he's running a draw trap, same thing.
Same thing. The only thing we tell them is you can't, if we can pick up on it, is if we watch the film, or Roger watches the film, and he can know when you're passing, when you're running. You know, I think you can guess with it a lot of the time. But if we can pick out exactly what you're doing, we'll force you to change. Otherwise, and again, I'm saying we're a little bit more common sense still, but no, we don't. We may go like this, set, and all of a sudden you see the left guard go on. Everybody else is still like this. So there may be 10 guys.
You know, that would be confusing to a defensive line like that, coaches, because they try to get, y'all have those, not what, not as Alabama way. They have all those line stuff. That would blow their mind. One guy down to the other.
Yeah.
If you're going on a quick snap, what would you go on?
If we're going on a quick snap, we're going to first number. I mean, we're going to first sound. So the 2, we're going. But we may do that, we don't like to do that a lot, because it goes back to the same philosophical basis. I want to know where you're at before I react. In other words, if I go on a first sound, and you're in a coverage that's completely screws up the play we got called, we don't have a chance to finish. So we will go on the first count if you're doing a lot of, what do you call that, stemming and moving and all that. But bottom line is, we're just going to wait for you to get you to know anything. We just don't want, we want to have an idea of what you do. That may be completely inconsistent with your thoughts.
Well, I see you making people jump off track.
Yeah.
Some of the things that I've watched.
Yeah.
on the same channel every day.
Yeah.
But just a little film that I watched, let's see, making defense jump off.
We do not allow the quarterback to go on the same cadence twice a week. He has to change it up, but that occurs in practice, and I'm not so sure that occurs in football. Well, I know it doesn't occur. So, yeah, we practice that, but it's usually like on one, on two, or on three. And in our no huddle, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's the best thing we do. We come out and we say, red right 65, Tuesday. We never, I shouldn't say never, so that really helps us not go outside. Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, it's our 1, 2, or 3. And if we don't say anything, you just say red right 65, it's automatically on one. But if we come on and say red right 65, Monday, that's all we like. What other questions?
We say red right 65 on Monday, like when you're going no huddle?
Yeah, it's not on Monday, it's just red right 65, Monday.
Okay.
Or we'll come out and say Monday, red right 65, We will change that up, or we'll just come out and say red right 65, which means we're automatic on Monday. We'll do it like that. Or we'll come out, and if you are picking up on us, then we'll, just like baseball, we'll have a false indicator. We'll come out and say, red right 65, yellow 76, yellow 76, after you get the color, you forget. You know, there's nothing to it after that. It's just whatever came out right after the formation. So questions? Okay, we're on the 50s, we're on the 60s. Ted doesn't want to hear about our runs. So what we're going to do?
I want to hear you talk about the draw.
And it's all bad.
Different ways you draw, and I want to either switch your screens,
Okay.
talk about,
But if we're like this, why do you know the diagram versus before though? If Will is out here, say we're in something like this, we've tried to change the protection. So we worked for time on turning it back, keeping this guy out here. And we had too many little nuances that got us in all kinds of trouble. So if we come out in this formation, we will still block it the same last way. Whichever way we decide to block our 60 pass, we're going to block. And this guy simply points to this guy. Yeah, and he actually comes out and points to him. He points to him when he's running and throw in, and he points to him. And he acknowledges that that's the guy. So we'll block this part the same way we've always blocked. Whether we're turning it out or, whatever we're deciding. We won't turn out this side. We'll turn out the other side. Then if he comes, we'll automatically go to that. We like to do that. Now, if he comes over, then we're going to protect it. Then we're going to protect it and make a change. And this is where we'd like now to either come to 50 fast roll. So if he makes no bones about it, and he steps himself in here, and the F comes to cover, now we'll either go 50 fast roll, or we'll go 70 fast roll. See, we'll still bring in, if we want to go a little longer throw now, we'll stay here like this, bring him here, and we got a 70 fast roll. That's the two things we would do as opposed to changing the protection scheme. It helps us get the ball. Does that make sense? We tried, we used to call it L&R. We always turn L protection like this, and hot off the here, and we go R protection hot off the here. We got so screwed up because we leave guys unblocked that we said, heck with it, let's just stare at our regular pass protection and force you to make a decision on defensively as to how you defend that kind of ball. Now, if you trick us, if you at the last second run him here, run him in, then we'll go on that quick little 50 pass towards you. We decided that one also. But this guy, we got to be aware of that. run some single back alignment, but see, this is where our line guy and I disagree. To me, that's not single back, because this guy's still in the protection scheme. This is a single back set. I don't think this is, that's my opinion. Because when we keep a guy home, like if we're running a 70 pass this way, and he's staying home, his job is to get out solid, which means we cannot fool around back here. We're not gonna slide, we're not gonna do anything else, we're not gonna double back, we're not gonna double check it, we're just gonna block base. Because this guy can't do all the things he could have done if he were back here. I mean, that's, whenever we're keeping, and say we're going 60 throw out of this formation, say we're going 60 throw like this, with this H, he's responsible, he yells solid, I don't know what word he used, you got to, but we yell solid, and we're blocking like that. We're not going to come out like this and force him to get himself back again, just too hard. So that's how we would compensate, which I don't think, I think is too elementary for some, the way some teams run their single back pass roll. For us, it's the most effective because at least we know what to do, and we know that if a guy comes unclean, the cube knows exactly who that guy is, and I gotta react on it. Okay, draw trap. I think we have, again, I'm not bragging, I think we have a pretty good reputation for this little play, but I don't think there's anything that makes, I mean, what we do doesn't make this play go, what the defense does helps this play. Okay? I don't know why we always diagram it 3-4, just to see the blast. Okay? But what we try to take advantage of is this. That hard, upfield, get to the quarterback type rush. And if there's anything unique that we do, it's the fact that we do, everybody pass sets. Everyone pass sets, so it makes it look like a throw. Then we gotta, excuse me, I'm not real big on line stuff, dirty type stuff. That's all we do. This is a trap. It's a trap off of the draw. Very, very effective for us for a couple of reasons. One, we try to run it here. Two, I think most coaches have a tendency, if you run a football play and you don't get 5 or 6 yards, you throw the thing out. We'll run this play, you may get us 100 times for 1 yard or no yard gain. We'll keep running it. It's the one football play, Lavelle always comments on that whenever we put in a play, like the lead draw. We had the lead draw in once, and it was his idea. He really liked the lead draw. And we couldn't make it go. So when we couldn't make it go, we just gave it up on him. And he said, well, you wouldn't give up on a draw trap if you wasn't making it like this. You're drawing this to shoot. We hang our hat on it. We try to run it in the right situation against this upfield rush guy. So that reason won't make it effective. I don't think there's anything spectacular what we do up front or how we block it or anything. It's just that we have so much faith in it that we'll run it even though you have us. And if we don't average 6 to 7 yards of carry, we don't feel like this is an effective. We haven't done it properly. Okay, now, we're running out a lot of different sets.
Let me ask you this, you say, you were saying last night, so you watch that guy. He's coming. Well, he always is gonna come against you guys, isn't he? I mean, is there anybody who,
Well, that's what Utah did. Fred Whittingham, a guy used to be the Rams, used to be with us. The Rams let him go, he ended up there. He never brought this guy. He set him down. Because as you could tell, he said, like, Charlie, I'm not gonna let those guys on the drop that one. And we didn't. He closed this thing down the first Tuesday night, we couldn't get it done. So what we did was came out this way. Which he had that time that we But it doesn't, I don't know if necessarily, Coach, see, this kind of stuff can cause you problems. When they twist and all that kind of stuff. When I say I'm watching, I'm just watching for this.
yeah, the hard outside.
Hard upfield rush, yeah.
bigger down distance and you're gonna run somewhere.
In fact, we scrimmage, I'm using the guys 37 on run, and they'll say, you're not gonna run that in the game. No, we do. And if we get hammered, we fight the bullet and punt. But we will run it on 37 in the game. My secretary thinks, I run it on second down too often.
Your secretary, she knows more than the rest of us.
You're always gonna pass and then run the trap, run a pass, run a trap. Pass, run a trap, pass. Pass, run a trap, pass. But sure, good, okay, real good because of this. Yeah, we're not gonna do it, we don't do anything fancy. We step fast. We step fast to make them think fast, and boom, here he comes, and we go. Other than that, that's all we do. We like to run out of the gun. And we like to run out of this. We went to Florida State once, and the kickoff passes got totally dominated by them. Just didn't even belong on the same football field. But the only reason we were able to score is when they were in some kind of look like this. Whenever we came out in this, they widened their whip. They widened their whip, so we blocked it like the same way we always do. Whatever we
Center
do there.
trap it.
We trapped that, but this guy wasn't a part of the play. Not that we did any great shakes, it's just we got him out of the play by our lineman. That's something like that. We never had a chance to win the game. That's how we did it. So we do it out of a lot of formations. Whatever formation, if you're a team that likes to widen your whip from the slot, we'll bring slot over. If you're a team that likes to widen whip with your halfback, we'll bring him over. We'll go whichever way we think can help us, so we don't have to block really whip back because it's that much better than that. And then we just grab them inside. Now, if you're a front four team, I mean, if you're an eight-man front team, and this is always the question, Roger and I disagree with this, but if you're a team that plays like this, we're not gonna run it weak. We're not gonna run it weak. We're not gonna run against a four-man weak side. In fact, we joked about it. Tell me, right, he and I good friends, we disagree all the time, we're still good friends. The guy from Michigan came and said, this is Michigan game, you have a good running play, you're gonna run it regardless of what the defense does. Well, not BYU, we ain't good enough to do that. And Roger's always trying to figure out a way to block the 4 week contract. He's gonna run it no matter what. We say, screw it. If you're in a 4 week situation, we're just gonna come strong. Because now we got that guy to equalize your 4 strong, so we come like this, block it like this. So we always got a chance. In fact, our cubes know, if I got draw trap 33 on, and I look over, that's 4 weeks, I'm getting out of that. I'm coming opposite, so I'm just getting clear out. Despite what the defense covers, that we're not good. There's one guy too many of them. So we are gonna run it, we'll run it where we have an additional guy, or we'll run against 3 guys. And we will run this play over and over and over. The only adjustment we would make, and you gotta forgive me, I don't even pretend to know this stuff. If we get an even front with the tackle out here, some look like this. I don't know, maybe some look like this.
Yeah.
Then we'll,
I've seen that one.
then we'll make a call and we'll trap it, short trap it here. We'll still pass that, we'll still do, this is not active drawing. this, we're still gonna bang here. Okay? Now, if they're like this, then this guy, one of these guys makes the ace call. I think it's this guy, that's all I know is this guy. He makes the ace call, now they know now we're trapping the first stack beyond that. Does that make sense?
That's what you really want to do, is block first man.
Outside the gap. Yeah. But we don't give them the, we'll call it, I mean, they'll make that call. Now, this is not a guessing game. This guy will call it. Or Roger will go into the game saying this is what ace call. Okay?
She's not a good player.
It just doesn't seem, it's not a good play. Against the
That's
ace.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
he's missing that. The
Key is
the
the
hard outside run.
Exactly right, exactly right. Although if we draw up our games, our offensive game plan, and it looks kind of like this, with the outside run and the draw trap, the outside run, the sweep or whatever, we don't have anything in here. And I'm always helping it, Raj, we need something in here. And he says, we don't need anything in here because this actually looks like it's going there anyhow. So we don't bother. We don't bother. We got ace call, we don't mind it, but you're right, it's not as good as that. But we'll stay with it if we have to, because we do have an inside run that perhaps doesn't look like the secret we have.
Yes, that's the spring of the league.
Well, yeah, against us, we're gonna have to block it. This other way.
This is in three.
This guy,
I think. Yeah,
That's our defense.
so, yeah, to me, it's not as good a play.
yes, yeah.
We're running against the, preparation.
Yeah.
You guys, this is you all the time, huh? Week.
Not always.
Weak eagle.
I cannot honestly answer you whether we do it. He was in that new gap. Whether we bang and still come, or I know we put it eight.
Yeah.
We put it eight. We have to. We have no way to find it. But that's our joint record. I think whether that, you know, and I'm not, again, not trying to drag you, but if we have a reputation with this play, it's only because of our stubbornness. It's not great, I mean, it's not, you know, it's not something you ever,
The way you think that plays. It ain't gonna work. Unless you trap him. We can trap him again. The tackle's gonna screw it up. That's okay. We don't have to play you guys.
that's right. That's like you try to tell our defensive guys, it's been a long time trying to defend us, you know, obviously you are in the schedule. You're on the schedule, man, defend UCLA.
It really is, it's on there 10, 11 times, but to the plus side.
Okay.
Thank goodness. Yeah. It's on there for y'all.
So, that, we run that in conjunction with our drop that back. A32, in this situation, it would be A33. Everything remains the same, we block it the same way, as far as steps and all that kind of thing. Now, we are to release him like he's gonna block it, and then we run it basically like this. So he will replace this guy. So if he comes over and W hits it, we fake him the ball. I mean, we fake him the ball, and then we fix it up. We fix it up. And we'll change this guy. A33X corner, A33X comeback, A33X out, or whatever we want.
Show me here the quarterback's steps.
On this. This is a lot easier. We come back like this, our eyes never go off down the field, we fake it right here. Okay, now the obvious question is the other way. This is a real pain in the butt for us. A32 like to go 32, we like to do it out of the gut.
Yeah.
If we go 33, we like to do it out of the 100%. You know, issues like that.
Okay, now, what if you ran the draw though, now, what would you do?
If we ran the regular draw to the right,
Yeah.
we do this. Or we do it out of that. Okay, which is, if we have to, we'll do the 32 pass like that.
Out of the gun, the quarterback catches the ball, then what's his?
Catches the
If it's
ball.
on the, if it's the draw, not the pass, the draw.
Yeah, if he catches the ball, it can just go like this, bring him over, he won't drop in. If he catches the ball, go like this, and go like, he'll go like this, and go like that. So we just catch it. That's it there. Really like it out of there. It looks like it's not comfortable, but you can put it there. This helps us a ton also with this story. This helps us. This is, I'm exaggerating, but I'm really not. This is the only play action pass we have. It's the only play pass we have that's effective. Because
Off
like,
your best runner.
not because it's your best running play. That's right, it's off your best running play.
That Willie's in a
It
bind.
looks like the run.
That Willie's in a bind.
Third man, he hit.
Well, our guy was coming up, he was coming up, because the trap had been working, and he's coming, filling inside, thinking it's a trap, and then all of a sudden, that halfback went to the flat, and everybody else was running down the field.
And this guy knows, right, this guy is told that until, you gotta sit there, and until your quarterback goes beyond your running back, don't leave, right, because of the third of the drop. So now all of a sudden, oh geez, I gotta get out of here by the time he gets out of here. Burns and Hanson just start flying. Let's go back and do the numbers. What do we know? What else?
The backside protection is just like 60 or?
It's more like 70, it's more of a slide deal. In case there is some kind of even front like this,
got a wide receiver playing tight end.
He's licking his chops, he's fixing to go with that tight end.
He's got a wide receiver playing tight end. But we have a strong safety playing stud.
So you're gonna have a strong safety.
Well, that
With
he's
a converted
he's a
strong
converted
safety.
But what I'm saying still, that's what you're gonna do. You're
He
gonna
thinks it's a big old group.
We're gonna
check
come,
back to the other side.
we're gonna come 50 feet.
Yeah. You know, obviously it's a game, it's a fun game, and that's why we all coach to it so much. Now, if you do this, and get a little here, and get your strong safety and lock up here,
Right.
now we're gonna come 50 feet, run. We're gonna come round up, we're gonna step him back down here, he's gonna step here, and we're gonna try to pull it there, because you stick it that way. And that's, you know, obviously, we have a chalk path, that's what we tried it. Like that, love to see this, but, the young guys we have now, we struggle with this,
Struggle recognizing.
recognition. See, because they've got to this point, but they haven't got to anything, gotten back around. You know, the team that will roll, even if the F doesn't come, like, even if the F stays here, like this, they do that, right, and that's still. So, that's what we have to be able to come back. We've got a wide receiver here, and you got a strong stuff back here. I mean, a strong safety back here, right? Makes it a little bit fun then.
He was a strong.
Yeah. Well, in my mind, you know, in my mind, 210, 215 pound guys here are tough deal with, as opposed to some big clunker.
Yeah.
No question in my mind. We maxed up, we played Iowa, we maxed up so much better than we did against A&M because, and the only reason we did, they had great skill, great athletes, but the fact that they were bigger and not as quick, we could, you know, you could wrestle with anybody. But we get those guys to do all that out. So, well, that's our draw trap, and that's our draw. Hopefully you can see, that, make that this action here on the draw trap pass, and then 69H option. And we're gonna try to attack that, really back to that. When we go into the course of the game, we got a couple guys up top doing what they're doing. I asked the backup quarterbacks, one of them has to watch the free safety, and the other one has to watch the quarterback. That's their part of the free safety, to see how often he locks up on the people, and the little backup to see how it can effectively run those plays, maybe get a reverse.
Get it on what?
A reverse, run a reverse what's going on. That's the reason why we have to.
They'll throw a reverse pass on it.
What kind of action do you use in the back to run a reverse? Does it fit anything you're doing here?
Excuse me, we usually run it off with this is a sweep.
Yeah, okay.
And then this spring, we worked on a little bit of that stretch play.
Yeah, okay.
Stretch. We don't do it often. We haven't. We run this, and then we run our little sweep. We'll block it a bunch of different ways. Basically, we like to do it tricks like this. We like to run it weak. We're gonna do it this way. That's how we decide to shoot.
How often do you run that?
Quite a bit. Quite a bit.
What situation? First and 10?
Yeah, see what, philosophically, you know, I mean, philosophically, this play, the H on the option route, to me is the same play as this. I mean, for me, it's the same, you're trying to get the guy out here. Okay, but now with the ineffectiveness of our kid, because he can't run this play very well, this becomes a very simple play for us, as far as what we're trying to get done. So, because this guy wasn't very good running this, we ran him like this, we just switched it over. For us, that's red. And then for us, that's green, the red and green side. So we just switched these two guys. So we're still getting this guy into this area here. And so it's really good for us. We'll run this a fair amount. Pretty good amount. Pretty good amount. Especially into the boundary, with the responding stuff and that's really he's an insistent stance. Penn State couldn't see this a lot. Because they kept doing this, like that. So I don't know, I can't remember now. Penn State kept doing that, kind of rule. Penn State kept pushing everybody to the wide side and then Cochran coverage back here. So we ran this play into the boundary, and when we needed to throw it, we know the coverage was going back here. We ran out that in the hole. You have that. Yeah, that was our philosophical thought. So yeah, we run that well. Now, if you're strong, if you're another mixed rotation type team, then we'll double crack it on the strong side. Something like this. We'll crack it like that. Do that like. And this helps against the man-to-man coverage because when he steps down, he steps down. It makes it easier to block. And a half-back pass off that.
Is it a crack and go on the halfback?
No, we do it that way. Well, we try to go there. But it's small. Fair. Fair.
Kind of work do you do teaching them flat out to crack?
Find the toughest guy.
You don't have to teach some of our guys. We got one.
Actually, our toughest guy is X. One of our split single receiver guys is our toughest guy. So we just move him over. Just move him over. As long as you get it there, so you back to the close. Actually, that's it. That's our run game with the counter. And we like the counter, again, like I said, well, the counter's a good football player to run, everybody in America runs it, and then we come with the boot off that.
Let's see that.
Okay. The run or the throw?
Oh, right.
The run, you're gonna have to have somebody else diagram the protection. I don't know.
Just do your best.
We'll call Roger. Oh, we block him.
We'll say Roger. Roger won't tell you.
Yeah, Roger.
You gotta have Norm call Roger and ask him.
Roger will give you some big song and dance. Yeah. Because he doesn't understand it either half the time. Well, how do you drop counter? Just like this, right? Block. Yeah. Right? Yeah. We always, the only thing that we need to get done, the guy that causes more problems than anybody on the counter is this guy. So we always try to keep a backside, well, we have to. If we're gonna go counter strong, we keep a guy here. In fact, preferably, if we can get away with it, we'll step our tight end back a step like this. That's wing distance, don't look at more than anyone. You like to come like this. And then you go over the thing, whichever way we think we can get it done. So we always have to have a guy like that. Now, with like this, we'll step hard here, we'll step hard here. The only thing we try to tell him is, we don't bring a guard, I don't know, the word escapes me, but anyway, we run a naked or we run a, I'm sorry, we pull the guard sometimes and we don't pull the guard sometimes. We don't pull the guard, this tight end has to step down with his shoulders square to the line of scrimmage. So if he sees this, he has to yell. He starts yelling, hot, 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 hot. If we pull the guard, then it doesn't matter to him. He still steps down like this, but he knows that the guard's coming. If this guy's coming, he got a shot, and then we run it like this. We run it with a 3-level wheel coach like that. We make this guy go 9 yards. I stand right here. We do not do a good job of this. And then we just put 1, 2, on the oblique. That's our naked view. We call this the naked, and if he doesn't come, we call it the oblique. This is for us. We have a friend of our university named Rex. So we just go Rex, oblique. Then we obviously have, different routes down the field. We've been pretty good with this crazy thing. From this formation, become lead. He becomes first level, he becomes second level, he goes here, he's going like this. Or we can do it yet one more way, and that is become that split flow thing that you guys were talking about. He becomes the first level, he becomes the second level, he becomes back like that. So this for us is F under Rex. The other one is Rex Explore, we just call it like that. This for us is F under Rex. F under the Rex. Okay. And that's it. That is our game, except for the streets. That's it. I don't think we have anything I haven't touched on except the screens. Now, when we run our screens, we're not very good at it. We're not very good at it. So we run a lot of, like we say, 66 red right, 66 F read screen right. So 66 for everybody. Now this guy, instead of checking running his arrow, he checks and runs a swing. These guys go 1,000, 2, 1,000, and they come out here. They know on the read screen they cannot get downfield. We read it 1, 2. That may be a discrepancy from what you guys do. Running in each screen?
Very an option.
It would be an option, what you call it. I was down. I was telling you about Fred Whittingham. He's a good friend. He was with the Rams. One day we were down there, and he was going over that. In fact, just like this. He was going over this with his linebackers. And he said something that was really got, I really stayed with me. He said, we're going to go over this, guys, and this is the toughest play we have to cover. That's what the comment he made to his linebackers. That this was the toughest play they had to cover. We're very, very, we're okay at it. No, we're not. We just, like I said earlier, we don't have guys that can get out here and block folks, and the timing is all screwed up. So we're not very good at it. We try. We're not very good at it. We run that read screen weak, and we run this read screen strong. We run this read screen weak. Same idea. Now, you leave this guy home, right? And this guy in the end, tell the guy. where we're gonna cover. We're going this way, he switches there. He comes, he's gonna cover. Okay, that's our screw here. We do have your slip stuff, but we're not very good at your slip stuff. I don't know how you do it, but we do it like this.
They crack.
How you understand, you crack the outside people?
Correct.
Somebody. Yeah.
Out.
Talk about screen, let me show you. I'm always on Steve Young. Let me show you, he said the two plays that he loves to run with San Francisco, okay? And we'll take that. Great. He runs a fake double screen wide delay. I'm not kidding you. He comes like this. He comes back to what he's left-handed, but he comes like this. He fakes here. He fakes back here like he's doing a double screen. And he dumps the ball there. It is, I mean, he tries to go against the zone. It's really something. It opens up like he cannot do it. Comes here like he's going to go like this. Comes here, he just steps back to the against his own team. Can't do this.
So, wide to lane.
Why delay? Why is it in protection scheme? Why delay in protection scheme? Come on, Steve, and we try to mix. But everybody starts yelling, screen, including our own line. Screen. Steps back, checks here, checks there, checks.
The white house just taking off that
Down,
side.
yeah, but screw that. Yeah. Really, that, let me show you one more thing, and then I'll stop. The pros relax to respond to questions.
We'll put in your quarterback to run that one.
The other thing we like to run,
Okay, so 2 tackles, keep count.
the other thing that we like to run, he likes to run out of slot. Is that thing that Jack was talking about. We go like this. We go corner. And we swing him. On 5, at 5, you have got to make a decision. As I come back 5, if I'm going to throw the swing, I got to throw it right on 5. If it's a zone team, I'm coming back here on 5, I got to throw the ball back. If I reset my feet, at all, I've got to come corner. You've got to, what do we call it? That's it. Nice looking, nice, we fool on some of this in the script. This is Jerry Rice, he said. They'll motion Jerry Rice here, they'll motion him here, they'll bring him out of backfield. He said, anything they can do to get into this alignment. If it's man, this guy jumps here, he means he's all over. He just throws it out there. If it's zone, and he wants to come here because of the drop, he can come here, but he's got to catch it right now. And on 5, he's got to plant, he's got to throw. This helps us because we have, as the kid I was telling you about, that's not good doing this business, but he's good coming out like this. So we can get him the ball out to the white, out where he can run against the grass. If that's not there, yes, he can make this read here. Those are I want to just talk about, because for us, it's a little different wrinkle, but it's been good for us. Okay, what else? That's it, you got a game. We can talk, I'll grab it talk, once you want to go.
Patterns, so if you say you had 8 patterns, you didn't have a tree, you had patterns and you just don't got a curl or an out or a comeback or post and see out or
Yeah.
really tap it.
That's how we call it. So we don't have a 1, 3, or 5, no.
Yeah, what about your back now?
Same way. same way. When we are running one-on-one, or when we're doing anything with the wide receivers, the backs are basically doing the same mirror what we're doing. They're still running their little, you know, they gotta work a little more option on the run game on the pass pro and all that, but they basically have the same. You know, they have, I'll send you, I should have brought it, I'll send it, remind me, and I'll send it, that we have a receiver tree like this, you know, like everybody else has, but they're not numbered, they're descriptions.
Yeah.
So there's a quick out, and this is an out, this is a corner, post cross, all that kind of stuff. And the back, same thing with the back. So we just describe it. We don't have a numbered tree. Because really, our numbering system makes no sense. You can't, if you try to memorize it by saying, okay, now this matches, it doesn't make any sense. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just you gotta try and sit down and memorize it this way. So, we don't have, I think the numbering would help us, but we don't, I don't know why we didn't. So we don't have, and so many routes, we just, we cannot tell you to go 7 and then turn out or turn in. We have to say, just go find a little seam in between the backwards, between the safeties or something. So, it's hard to describe that with a word or a number, so we don't try. We just say, get across the field. Like when we have our tight ends do this, as opposed to doing that, we don't have the proper description of it. So we just say, hey, run 69. We know that he has to get across here. I think, and this may sound silly, but to us, a pattern is when everybody's involved. A route is when one guy is involved. Right? Okay? A pattern is when everybody does. So we don't have individual route descriptions for every route that we want to run within a pattern. So we don't try.
How do you teach it? Day one, you're starting to teach these guys. You do it inside on the board. You go outside.
Yeah.
Teach them like you just kind of gone through.
Yes, I was going to. Yeah. Exactly right. And I guess we're fortunate because I'm sure it's like, the young guys get to watch the old guys and we just, the repetition and the fact that we're not going to adjust that. We're going to adjust individual, but we're not going to adjust that route helps us to teach it. I honestly believe that we can get in our fast offense in the 2 days. I mean, you're not going to get it all down outside, but you're going to get at least where I'm supposed to be. Because I don't think it'll vary, I don't think it changes, I don't think it's that difficult. I know that if I'm in this spot, I got to do this. I know if I'm in that spot, I got to do that. So, and like Jack said, we test them all the time. Within 2 days, they get a test probably every third, fourth time we meet. They get a playbook with blank sheets of paper and a spiral notebook. That's how we give ours out. I collect them and correct. I don't correct. Yeah, I collect them. Give them out and make them turn it back in and go over what they've written down. I'll send you this if you want. We have a sheet of paper that has the wide receiver things, tight end things in the back. I'll send it to you. But we found that and our running back guy always laughs about this, because we found that it's just too, we cannot, it's just kind of a matter of getting the feel for where you have to be on the football field. And that's why we like to run at 5 against the air, because I like, we say, all right, stop, everybody stop, like a basketball guy does. And you have to know where you are in relation to the other guy. That's how we coach that air, except times.
When you're changing, just the first pass, do you go to different places on the field, or you just work in the middle of the field?
Yeah. We'll work, we start out on the field, and then passes and all that kind of stuff, but your thoughts are as if you were in the middle of the field. So if I'm in the middle of the field, now I'm on this hash mark. This guy does not going to, he's going to vary his just a little bit, but he's not going to do it that, it's not going to be that dramatic. So we have to spend part of the time working that. That may be a challenge. for the most part, we're not too concerned about it. We'll keep our double cut side wide, stay wide. You're gonna see, and that's why I brought the airport down. They run strong zone regardless of what you do. They're gonna defend the strong side too, so all we do is go outside and move on. Now we have to work, so we spend that time working. Run that, I'm sorry, Rex, I'll get to you in a second. Say we're on this hash mark, and we put the sight in here, and we wanna run that little 65, now we just have to tell him, hey, you over here, it's a little easy to find it. Now here, you gotta get in here a little bit, and adjust your route a little bit, so you end up in the same spot, but from the hash mark, you have to feel like this. Yeah. It's all feel, and it's not definitive. You get down 3 steps and you get up. I just think that's where the common sense part of it comes from. Other than. And that's why I try to bring the film, if you guys, that where teams did a little different to it. And that's where Air Force was notorious for that strong safety breaks the huddle and he walks through the wide side of the field. Regardless, they're going to defend this wide side with the strong safety. They're going to run a strong type with the strong zone with the strong safety here. So we're going to be stubborn enough that we're going to stay over here. Keep that additional seal. So yes and no. I think that may be a little easier way to do it. We're always going to start to do it. In fact, I think that the guys that, use the hash marks to help them, they put the football, when we're 7-on-7 versus those guys, they control the football. In other words, they want it here, okay, I want it here. If they don't care, then we go 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2 in the middle, 1 on the hash. Then we come back to the middle for 2, and we do that. Now, if they care, we don't. Because wherever they do, we just what? And now with the hash marks moved in, I think that even makes it even less of a problem for us. More of a problem, right?
All right, now, do you go left formation and run the same play? Or do you go slot and run?
No. We will just go red left. Instead of red right, we'll go red left.
Okay.
Now, we're not a big slot team because I don't think, the reason we're not a big slot team is I don't think, say we're in this formation right here, red left slot. We're not a big slot team because we can't get this guy down here like we could if he's a wideout. Right? But now, if we know what your adjustment is to slot, like for our team, if you're playing against us, if opponents come out in slot, they go to strong zone. That's it. I mean, they may make adjustments to the scene, but for us, against us, they go to strong zone. So then we stay in slot all game long. But we replace him with a wide receiver. So if we know what you're doing, we will adjust to it. If we don't know what you're doing, then we'd rather play like this, what we call jet. With a wide receiver here, a wide receiver here, and a wide receiver here. But in response to your question, if we're on the right hash mark, then we're just going to come out right left. 65. Same thing. Always do red right. We're on the right hash, left hash mark, we're red right.
Now your line and no one else will.
No, 5 guys stay. 5 guys stay, just let us get there. And our left tackle is always with his left foot back. So he doesn't have to go forward. I don't know if you just put the cross over, we just stay. The left tackle always does that left, I mean, he's actually standing like this guy.
I noticed one of the little clips last night, he didn't even get down, everybody else was down, he
Yeah.
ran up over
Yeah,
there.
yeah, that's what we actually talked about. He was actually, we would, on the set right down. We look like a bunch of ragtag guys. There's half the guys up and half the guys down. But,
Your substitutions, when you start substituting, what dictates who you're gonna substitute, why?
We've done it all before. The field guys always be, the field, F-E-E-L, the guys with good field will always be the inside receiver. We all make plays with X, with our split, a single receiver. We have, Doug School always did it, we used to do it with 4 receivers, because if I'm a corner, and every day I'm down, I see a fresh guy, hopefully by the 3rd quarter, I'm wearing out a little bit. So we send plays in with our split single receiver, because our other receivers, sometimes there's 3 or 4 of them in the ballgame at the same time. And then we know going in that this is our pink people, this is our purple guys, this is our yellow guys, this is our rose guys, you know, they know. So the other guy that's on the horn has hand signals, and if he hears pink right, he just raises his finger and then all pink receivers go.
Okay. So by the ability of each substitute, they go in on a certain formation like pink.
That hurt us because we were trying to match
Yeah.
people with y'all.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Yeah.
couldn't always we didn't always know when to have dime and nickel in the game.
Right.
Because
Right.
it was late, the guy was late coming off the sideline.
Yeah.
It's hard to get your guy out there.
Yeah.
So a lot of
And then-
times we got caught.
See, I'm
Yeah.
thinking about us, and our guy, we got a couple, they may be the same guy, come in for the H or come in for Y. Now, you'll substitute for both of them, correct? You'll substitute a wide receiver for H or for Y, or maybe for both at once.
Right. So we won't, our H guy in a three receiver set is not the same, I see what you're saying, is not the same as our Y guy in a four wide receiver set. Right, a different guy. A different guy. Well, in reality, what we do is, this is the way we would do it.
I'm thinking about teaching this to guys, you know, here, we're gonna teach, the guy who is really, your second team Z, okay? You gotta know Z, and he also gonna know H.
Right.
And maybe Y.
Well,
They learn them all.
But not.
the way we do ours is, say we want to line up like this, okay? Say we want to do, I see what you're saying, say we want to run up like this. This is our starting Z, and this is our backup Z, okay? Now, if we want to line up like this, this is our starting Z, and this is our second unit Z. So all this guy has got to learn is this and this.
You gotta learn Z and Y, and the other guy gotta learn Z and H.
Right.
Okay.
And in reality though, Coach, in reality, this is Z from slot. Right? If we line up like that, that's slot.
Right.
So he ain't got to learn, I mean, he's got to learn, but it's not all that much, because he's the second receiver inside.
Okay.
Now, if we line up four wides like that, this is our second Z, this is our first Z, and that's our third Z. So our third Z only has to learn, it's usually our youngest guy, that
He's just gotta learn Z.
he's just got to learn Z.
Now, X, that's who you're sending the plays in, and they're alternating
Every other
every
player.
other play. Your X doesn't learn any other stuff.
And that's hopefully our guy that can run a bit,
Right.
doesn't have to be the brightest character in the world.
I understand. But you're stupid fast guy.
Yeah.
Go deep, brother.
Yeah. And what we did this go round, last year we had a Z that was a tremendous player, and he struggled with this thing. So this fall, he was the backup X, because of this part. He can go pretty good. This guy's a pretty classic player for us. He's a track guy that can catch it and all that good stuff. So last year I told you we had one football kid that ran track. The other kid was a track guy that played football. And that kid graduated, so we just moved another guy over here. This guy only has to learn X. So there's only a couple guys that have to learn really what's going on.
And you said this last year, your Y, he was good. He was a real good player. Well, what makes you want to take him out of the game? I mean, what kind of play makes you want to take him out of the game?
To respond to that, our 70 series where we haven't blocked him was about negligible. We never ran that 70 because the reason we would run a 70 pass play is because our halfback was just as elusive as our tight end. Well, as the thing evolves, our last two tight ends have been pretty good get-off guys, so we don't even run 70. We didn't have 70 in our pass offense. Okay, but now to respond to your question is, the bigger guy, if he has trouble getting off the ball, even when he flexes, if he has trouble getting off the ball, then we'll try to replace him with a wide receiver. Or we'll leave him we'll leave the tight end in the game, but motion him all the time. Just bring him across so he has, the guy's not standing there. Like Fresno State plays play that bear thing. I mean, he's got a nice 240 pounds, good football player. So we brought him out like this to force them to make a decision who they're going to break, who they're going to cover. And then we couldn't even do that, so we had to motion across, or replace another wide receiver. They had a little more usage to get off the ball. But those, we make those kind of, and I don't know if this is in agreement with all you do, but we make those kind of decisions based on us. I don't care what you're doing, we gotta get folks in there to make that thing
And
happen.
do what they,
Do what we
the
want.
play calls for this person to do.
Yeah.
Now, I'm thinking of our personnel, I don't
Yeah.
know if we'll have a situation where our tight end, he may be the best guy for every play you've drawn up in that. He may be, I don't know.
Yeah, the guy we had before this was that way. The guy we had before this was a bounce back out of UCLA, he went on a Mormon church mission. We looked at him out of high school, and he was a wide receiver. And we thought, and I remember because we played down there, and that Friday was when you could go out, we sent some guys out, they came back, and we're not sure this guy can go. Well, he ended up at Arizona, didn't like it, came back with us. And he was as good as any of our wide receivers, so we never changed. Yeah, we really substitute. We would still go to what we call a jet formation, but all we do is call it smoke. Smoke meaning tight end is going to flex it out rather than the jet guy means the wide receiver. So we would do that. But it's us as opposed to what you're trying to get done.
When you're substituting, because of the plays you're getting ready to call, you still call the play with the Z?
No, with the X.
I meant with the X.
Yeah.
So in other words, you're gonna change your tight end personnel, but you're still gonna substitute the mix.
He's just, yeah.
Those are the only guys gonna call those plays.
And they're never both going to be in the ballgame at the same time. That helps us with the Z's don't have to fool it. In fact, an X will run down the field and come off the field. Now a Z has to start back to the huddle until he sees that he's coming out of the game, because he may be in the game again.
But he always knows he's only one play at a time every time. The whole game.
Every other play.
He's coming to you, or to Roger.
And
Unless it's quick huddle, I mean.
unless it's an auto, right. And then he's not the play caller, and then we have to make sure that that happens. He also knows, and this is as plus and more minuses, if I'm the second unit guy, I don't care because I'm in the next play of the game. If I'm the first unit guy, I better not feel too comfortable because I'm out the second play of the game. That's how we try to coach him, so we keep him both. Yeah, that's how we have, like I said, I don't know what's right or wrong, that's how we try to do it. These just stand by the other coach and listens for when they got it. See, that's what Jack was talking about. We had a kid named Matt Bellini. That may have been the guy, he's really a converted wide receiver. And a lot of people tried to play him. They would bring the nickel guy in and all that, and they knew how the substitution would work. So we played we played somebody, we just left him in and substituted the other way. And then now they didn't know whether, hey, should I throw, do I nickel him, do I dime him, or whatever. That's how it was, the game. But the bottom line is you guys gotta understand all that.
Yeah.
How much information does your ex have to give a quarterback?
The whole ball wax. Red,
Formation, play.
red, right, switch, same, 52, corner, all that.
He repeats exactly what the quarterback's gonna say in the huddle, except for the snap count.
And it scares you when it takes you red right there, and the next receiver runs in, he goes, bloop, and he runs out. He's the one who got it all to the quarterback. You know what I mean? But our quarterbacks know too. Our quarterbacks, we go over the game plan enough, but if the thing gets botched up, which it does a lot of the time. Yeah, we're making it. You guys, how do you do it? You say that again?
Some of it is a game plan, a certain play we don't have, we know what formation. We try not to send him anymore and teach him some of it.
Yeah, that's what Steve said the 49ers do. The 49ers, the quarterback, like if 62 goes in the first time, they know which formation. And then the next time it goes in, he knows he has to get to this formation.
Right.
And the third time, he
Some of the people we're sending in there,
yeah, I hear you. We have that,
and he has to straighten it out.
yeah, we have that same problem. One of our guys mumbles, and he got wrong, he can't understand it.
Yeah.
And then we have that problem too. But we do it from day one now. We practice it that way. I'll go in the huddle, but I'll call a play up from the outside. Even when we're in team and we have a script, I'll tell the receiver to play. This happens the whole game long. The whole practice session. Not so much during
Do you use
Part of getting the team.
2 people or
Two.
maybe 3 or
Two. We have a third guy ready in case one or two goes down, but it's,
You got 12 starters.
I wish. We probably have 5 starters.
No, I'm saying 12 people are gonna play all of them. Is that,
Oh, yeah. I'm
Actually, I mean, that other
Yeah.
one's really a
Keep on
starter.
playing all of them. And for the most part, Z's that way also. Yeah. If we had our brothers, we'd alternate 4 guys, 2 go in, 2 come out, 2 go in, 2 come out.
you ever substitute for F? I mean, a different position yet?
No.
Yeah. It's always F or?
Yeah. You have to go back to that. Now, actually, what we're trying to do, because we have, our F and our H are our 2 best athletes, we're trying to teach F to be H in a single back situation. Because he's been around with this, so we're trying to do that. So automatically, just because we're in a single back set, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be F. It could be H in the F.
Playing F
In the F.
But in the offense, the way it's drawn up, it's still an F.
He's still in F.
It's just Joe, who usually plays H, but now Joe's
How
playing F.
to play F. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure you guys are the same way. The season is too long and too tough. We can't get by with one or 2 guys in each position. So yeah, and then that 6th guy may not be as good, but.
Looks like you'd have to have a whole bunch of Z's, because if one Z got hurt, that's kind of, you got to,
Yeah.
play 2 spots, so.
Well,
We travel 5.
I think in some cases, if the Z gets hurt, I mean, Wyatt's gonna stay in, because he's better than the next team,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. And see, the guy we had now was just mad. The guy we had, the kid we had at Y was a 2-year-old whack guy.
Yeah.
So he made himself know what to do from
Yeah.
that spread position.
Yeah.
Hey, I can do it. Every time I go, I can do that, because he wanted to play. And if Lavelle lets us travel 6 wideouts, it's still 2 X's and 4 Z's.
Yeah.
If it's 5 guys, it's 2 X's and 3 Z's. And X is fairly simple, so an experienced Z can always play X.
Yeah.
He may not stretch it like he wanted to stretch, he could go over there. That's how we do it.
All those put your best speed at that.
Best speed at X, best basketball player at X. That's what we do.
Sean?
And X's get fired up because they're not gonna catch as many balls, but they're gonna catch the weaker balls. They're just gonna catch as many. In fact, this kid that we have at X now, his father's in my office every 3rd week. Why don't you let this guy? Why don't you get him the ball? You know, he doesn't understand that the offense, the defense, what the secondary do is dictates what we're going to throw the ball to. But he doesn't understand it. He thinks he's going out of the system.
Would you take us through a week of practice schedules, how y'all prepare from Sunday to
Yep.
Saturday?
We're home, I don't know if you had guys in Washington, but we're home every night for Monday Night Football.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's important.
Let's take a little,
Kind of like he did. So I'm home before he even gets on the radio. Okay, so Saturday night is over. Sunday morning, we do whatever we want. Our church is such that some guys go at 9, some guys go at 12,
Yeah.
Depending on where you live.
right.
So, you just do your own little thing. I used to go in about noon, and I grade the film. I tell him, Coach, I don't grade the quarterback, I grade the other guy, the wide receiver. For some reason, I just got away from grading the quarterback. And then I go home for dinner, and at 6 o'clock, we all get together. Okay? That's the first time we all have to be there. Now, we see each other during the course of the day, screwing around. But 6 o'clock, we meet. And then look all by us dinner. We want Roger, you take the time, none of us. We're all here. And we'll go to about 9. We'll, at 6 o'clock, and defense starts at about 5. They go to about 8, 8:30. But it gives Lavelle a chance to sit with the defense for an hour, review the film, then he can sit with us for an hour. After that, it's about in there. Okay, so we go at 6, look at the film for about an hour, 45 minutes, just run through the game. Why we did this, why we did that, we just do that. And if we lose, that's a terrible time to be around. At 7, we only get 4 films. We get 4 films from our points, okay? After the early part of the season, we run 2 of them. We break those down, and we're out of there. By 9, we're out of there. Come back in Monday, we have a staff meeting at 8 o'clock.
a total staff meeting, I believe we try to get in about 7:30, and just start looking at the film, try to get the game preparation. The Bell has a meeting at 7:30, 8 o'clock, it usually lasts for a half hour. Then we want our own again, as a staff, we're not meeting yet. We're trying to formulate, everybody gets some ideas about game plan. Monday afternoon at 1 o'clock, we get back together, and start exchanging ideas along with the staff. I'm usually out charging again, Monday's the headache. But we don't see the kids till 3:10. The Bell has a meeting with them at 3:10.
They should have lifted by
They
then.
should have lifted by then.
Okay.
They cannot take a class after 1. So in other words, 1:50 there.
Right.
Should be spoken. Then we meet, then LaBelle talks to them for a few minutes. We break down offensively and defensively for a few minutes. We have our words, best this, best that. And we go out and we spend about a combination of about 45 minutes to an hour where we go over our next opponent's reviews, just walk, and then have to run a mile, jog a mile. We do it in shorts. So we come back in, and at that time, we look at the Sunday, Saturday stuff. So at 5 o'clock, we look at them, we're out there by 6:30. They're done by 6:30, we go to dinner, that's it. We go home. And I take my work home, I love my work home, but I go home. By that time, I've got the computer report back. I wait until I get the computer.
You put the computer in
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
Yeah. Secretary starts pumping it in Monday morning. She comes here, because it's already written up from Saturday, from Sunday night.
Where'd you get your program? Did y'all develop it yourself?
No.
Did you buy it from somebody?
No, Doug Scope brought it back. I can send you that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get the defense one, but I don't understand it.
That's okay. We'll take the offense.
We'll take both if you can get it.
Yeah, I can get them both. But when Doug brought it back, it said Chicago Bears football. We scratched out Chicago Bears, we put Brendan Young football.
So we can scratch it out.
Yes,
ACU football.
Right.
Okay, good.
Okay. You gotta remind me of that.
Oh, we will.
I'm running, all that stuff, yeah. And then, but see, we've computed it Sunday night, and I left it on, and when I go leave Sunday night, I leave it on Secretary's desk. She gets in whenever she gets in, and she starts pumping. So by Monday at 1 or 2 o'clock, barring any unforeseen things to happen, I have that computer back. So that's what I take home Monday night. I don't take any film, I just take that.
I love that.
Okay, so we're home by Monday Night Football and do our thing, and then Tuesday morning, we meet as a staff, formulate, try to put their game plan in. We meet the kids at 11. We do have a chance to meet the kids Tuesday at 11. We don't have 20-hour week deal. I think Tuesdays we account for 4 hours. Anyway, we meet from 11 to 12, and from 2:10 to about 3. We have 2 meetings on Tuesday. We go to practice at 3:30. Done by 6:30, kids have dinner. Dinner's at 6:30 for the kids. We're done. Wednesday, we meet them at 2:10. The 11 o'clock meeting, I'm sorry, the 11 o'clock meeting is for the scout.
Yeah.
Present their point. The 2 o'clock meeting is for the game plan. Okay, now, defense usually has their game plan in by Tuesday at 11. We go with the scout for offensive, the game plan isn't in at 2 o'clock. Wednesday's a normal work day. We meet at 2 o'clock, 2:10 to 3, and we practice 3:30 to 5:30. We're done. 6:30 have dinner, we're done. Thursdays we're allowed to have another 11 o'clock meeting. Tuesdays and Thursdays we have meetings at 11. Meet again at 2:10. We're off the field by 4:30, 4:05. Friday is whatever. If we're at home, we practice from about 3:30 to 4:30. And we come back for a meeting at night, 8:30 to 9:30. We have cheeseburgers from this past night.
Do y'all stay in the dorm?
No.
Stay in a hotel
No.
on Friday night? They're just
Say,
wherever they are. They're at home.
No. I'd like to see us do that. But he says, yeah, I'd rather have him sleeping in their own bed.
Your Friday night meeting, is it, you just watch video of the opponent, or you just,
No,
is it just a relaxed
Yeah.
deal?
We have a hamburger, and then the video guy usually has a highlight film of those brands of it.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
he puts together a little fun little deal of our last week's game, if we did well,
Yeah.
fancy music. We're out there by 9:30. Then we actually, our Friday night deal is a cheeseburger or video, then we get out, and the kids have their own meeting, and then we come back, just shoot the breeze for 10 minutes.
On the road.
Same idea. We have a cheeseburger, we watch the film, we meet,
I like that.
yeah, and then,
Relaxed Friday.
yeah, relax Friday. Friday, the month of October, obviously, we can go out shooting, so only half the coaches are at practice, the other half to go. And we don't do much on Friday at all. We do practice, but the kids come like this, they come from school, they come, they just come however, and they just walk around. You know, it's light, but you can tell the focus is trying to get there. And then,
What kind of things on offense do you try to go over on that Friday?
just if we screwed up on Thursday afternoon, haven't had a chance to recover, or we hear another rumor that people, whatever, it's just real low key. We just cover it. Roger's never happy. He's always fired up. He's always mad at it. And he's always said, "You're not ready," and then I always say, "Hey, guy, we're ready." I mean, it's almost kind of a plan B to make him
Good guy, bad guy.
yeah, good guy, bad guy. And then, Pavel's very little as far as that part of the game. And then Saturdays, we've started playing noon. We play all home games at noon. Because we can draw a better crowd, we get a little more recognition, we get ourselves on TV. And then go home. And then you can go home, still mow the lawn, and go beat your kids if you're mad or whatever. And we have, like I said that in jest, but we have pregame breakfast at 8. I bet a half the team should. We don't even care. We don't make any big deal out of it. Come eat breakfast if you want, and don't eat breakfast. Sandwiches after the game, on the road, even on the road, I don't think he cares if they eat breakfast. But he encourages them to if they want to sleep till later.
We have to play a night game. What do you do on Saturday?
If we have to play a night game, we don't get to a town until as late Friday night as we can. We usually get into the town about 7 and go right to the practice. Get a little practicing under the lights, just a normal walkthrough. Let them sleep in. We have breakfast at about 10:30. At noon, we have a walkthrough. We started doing with the basketball guys. We go out, find a little park. We actually sometimes walk to the park, or we ride in the park, walk through, just put that time, go back to that pregame meeting and do it. So, it used to be a pain, but I like the fact that we walk through the breaks.
Don't do that if you're playing at home at 12.
No, the defense does so. The defensive guys like the kids to eat breakfast, so they have a walkthrough by 8:30. And they say they do that just to get them to eat breakfast. We don't. So I like so,
Yeah, we noticed this morning.
that was because it's dinner. That was
So then,
I like that.
I do too.
I like the relaxed part of that.
I like the week off.
Yeah.
I said to him before, I'm talking to myself before we go, I said how we do 2 days. That's really helps. When Ray Perkins was at Alabama, he came out to see a golf or something. Our 2 days are early in the morning and late in the afternoon. Is that how you guys
That's how
do
the
it?
Oilers did it. Oilers went at 6:30 in the morning and 6:30 at night.
Get a little brawl on the break.
Yeah.
We used to go, we'd meet, we'd practice, and then, we practice, and we practice. No. We practice in the morning, we meet in the afternoon, practice, and meet at night after dinner. And I'm telling you, we've got nothing done, right? The kids are like this, and have to bring their food. So what Perkins doing was they meet and they practice, and then he gives them a long session off, then he meets and he practices. And then after practice, it's done. The time that the training is the same, but you get more out of it, because you have your meetings before.
And you're training them like it's going to be in the season. I mean, what do you always do? You meet and you practice. You don't
Yeah.
meet and practice.
Yeah.
I used to hate that because at Texas we didn't. You met after the afternoon practice the next morning. What the heck is that? Retention was nothing.
Yeah,
They didn't
and
remember anything.
those kids are trying to stay awake, and we're trying to stay awake, and, they just went and had this big meal at supper time, they're starving and hungry. Yeah, he did that all.
So what time is that? Is your second practice?
5:30.
What do you eat?